laugh sounds like ack, ack, ack. So when I laugh and I go, or does that sound like ack, 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 ack? No, it sounds nothing like that at all. Why are you an idiot if you don't agree? Because when you have factual evidence of something constantly thrown in front of your face and you ignore it and choose to believe something else, you're an idiot. Are you gonna just complain all night and just leave then? It's been pretty slow. The Ziggy Piggy is here. I love Hulk Hogan's dick. Rock and low, little lizard. That's stupid little kitty shit. Grow up. I don't have money to do it. 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 Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champion. He's a piece of shit. You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE champions. Alright? WWE champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will, because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser. You're gonna be banned. Wow, what a moron. Maybe you shouldn't have just stood still, paid attention, dumbass. Thanks for the money, stupid fuck. If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
Business related, I still have it.
No, shuffled on the floor. It was shuffled on the floor. Shoot him in the face because his thumbs on the floor. Shoot him in the face because his thumbs on
It's Dark Dave's fault. There's a sick motherfucker on the internet called Super Hound, whatever the fuck this idiot's name is. Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Those pesky ants, the trolls,
Phil, you know, we
ants,
contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole. Because it always seems like no matter how much we contribute, you're always still having problems. You're always still in debt, and nothing's getting better. I agree with you. Do you want to play the fucking game?
$16.51 from PayPal. $110.09 from PayPal.
I am cat and I liking my balls. It says that. I am cat and I liking my balls. You get these people freaking out over pretty much nothing. Oh no, someone's illegally restreaming me. Oh no. You don't aim, nothing. You just run. Oh, I'm close to it. Run. Here we go again. Run. It's been pretty slow. Are you a functional retard? I have to ask. Look out, there's a black woman coming. Ah! She takes some bolt out. Boom! Steals the backpack and runs away. Oh. I got a bonus experience points for lying. That's awesome. Greed is massively strong. The Ziggy Piggy's back.
A whale! Oh, that's cool.
Brrr, 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 brrr. I hate my job. Ora. It's a delivery. It's a delivery. Oh no, someone's illegally restreaming you. Oh no. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Welcome to the pre-stream podcast. I should say good afternoon. Usually it's the morning when I start my show up. Today's different. Because today, ladies and gentlemen, is Thursday, the 21st of April, 2022.
Chili at Wendy's.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is the return of Ask the King.
Miserable. Just miserable.
After 4 months on hiatus, today Ask the King finally returns to the regular rotation here on DSP Gaming. Of course, it used to be on my old vlogging channel. It's not anymore. Also, some people are asking, well, what's with the name of it now with your rebranding this year? You're right. We're going to talk all about that on the actual show coming up in just a little bit. But this is the pre-stream podcast, and I have a few topics that I would like to talk about today before we get to Ask the King. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. How you doing? Hope you're in a good mood. Hope you're ready for chill fun here on the stream. I got a good amount of stuff to talk about on the pre-stream podcast today, although this will be an abridged podcast, meaning this podcast will end around 1 p.m. Pacific time, and then we're going to switch over to Ask the King Q&A, okay? So, since we have less time today, let's go ahead and jump in with information, all right? What are we doing for the next few days? What's going on over this weekend? Let's talk about the schedule, shall we? Okay. Today, I'm excited for the return of Ask the King. This is the show where you guys submit your question, whether it's on my forums at dspgaming.com, whether it's on a members-only thread here on DSP Gaming on the community tab for members exclusively to get their questions answered. Talking about? Whether it's patrons who pledge $20 or more to my Patreon, or whether it's people who post up questions on Twitter, or, if time's permitting, live chatters I also take questions from. So it all really depends on how long it takes to answer the questions that I have. I can tell you right now that, today, in general, when I get all the questions together, it's about 4 pages of questions. That's about how many I usually have for Ask the King, just being honest. Usually it's between 3 and 4 pages. So it's not like we have any less than usual. I will be honest, it seems like a lot of the questions this time around were reiterations or questions that have been asked in the past, and I guess people just want a more refreshed answer. But there are some original ones as well. So it should be a good show. I'll be happy just to do it after not doing it for so darn long. I have 4 months away to be able to sit down and have a dedicated show where I'm here to answer your questions at length. It's not just me giving little abridged answers anymore like I usually do on my live gameplay streams, but instead it's more about me giving you a big informed answer, okay? So this should be good. Pretty good. I'm going to have a good time with it. I always have a good time with Ask the King. One of the differences is that this time around it's going to be uploaded here to DSP Gaming. It's not going to be on my vlogging channel. That channel was officially retired back in January, and I haven't used it, and I'm not going to use it. moving forward unless it has like an emergency purpose. You know, if something goes wrong here and we need a backup channel, I have one. Okay. And so we'll see how it goes today. Hopefully it'll be a good show. People will enjoy it, and people will actually watch it on demand after the fact on here on DSP Gaming. I'm going to have to start a new playlist for it and everything. Okay. So anyway, it should be a good show. Now, one of the weird things about today's stream, typically, we have some tiered rewards in place for my streaming. If you remember, tier 1 goal is $50, and if I hit that, I usually put on a pair of Garner glasses. That still stands today. Usually, if we hit $100 in tips, I'll put on a hat of your choice. But we're doing Ask the King. And when I do Ask the King, I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. I wear my cowboy hat, right? So, essentially, it's a little weird today because it's kind of shuffled around.
Money buff.
So here's what we'll actually do. The hat is warm. At $50 Gunner glasses, at $100 a vest. That's right. I will actually do the vest reward at $100 today to flip things around so you actually get a reward at $100. Now, we happen to actually hit the full $150 tip goal for today's Ask the King stream. Then, if you guys want to select a different hat, we change out the actual cowboy hat, we could do that. Or if you want a vest swap, we could do that. We'll do something silly as a reward, all right? I guess we'll see what happens. But, yeah, I definitely wanted to rearrange it and not be like, oh, I'm kind of cheating you on getting rewards if we hit support goals. That would suck. I want to cheat my viewers, right? So, yeah, that's how
Today's
it's going to work.
Incredibly
as soon
slow.
as Ask the King begins after the pre-stream, whoop, this goes on for the show. Okay? All right. Cool. Yeah, someone already mentioned it. Fan of Lovecraft caught Alduin behind me. That is right. Shit. So last night we're playing Skyrim After Hours on the late stream, and someone says, it was actually Derek. He says, hey, Phil, you know, back in the day you used to unbox all these collector's editions. What were some of your favorites? And I was like, man, I remember, you know, Fallout New Vegas was a good one.
Thanks, Derek.
And he goes, well, what about Skyrim? And I was like, oh, yeah, I remember. It had a cool statue. And he goes, what happened to that statue? I was like, I walked right next door and I grabbed it. I was like, I had this the whole time. I've been playing Skyrim since December, and it never occurred to me to bring the Skyrim Alduin statue into the setup. Because I'm so smart. Anyway, it's pretty nice to have some new stuff here, right? Pretty nice. So, thanks to Derek for the idea. That's now added to my setup here for streams, which is pretty cool. I like that statue, and it fits, so awesome. Like I said, this thing behind me, this setup, will evolve over time. Undoubtedly, there'll be new ideas of things to put back there or whatever, and it'll change. So, okay. All right, so, today, it's Ask the King on the first stream. It should be great. You know, return to form. How often will we be doing Ask the King moving forward? I actually scheduled the next episode for the first week of July, because if I was doing every 2 months, it would have been late June. But guess what? Late June has a ton of games coming out. Within that last 1 week of June there, I'm not kidding, there's an exorbitant amount of games coming out, like back to back to back. So I was like, dude, I don't want to do Ask the King that week, so I pushed it to like the first week of July. But knowing how things have been going, watch it end up getting pushed back even further, right? Okay, so anyway, Ask the King today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about tonight's late stream at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. It's actually pretty pertinent right now that we talk about it. So what we're doing, since I beat Kirby over the weekend, we are now going to be doing Game Pass night streams. And the way that these Game Pass nights are going to work is that members, people who are channel members of DSP Gaming, are going to be able to vote on the Game Pass game that they want to see me play on these late night streams. Okay? And that's cool and all, because I like giving members new opportunities to get benefits for being a channel member, okay? The poll has been running for 24 hours, okay? But we have a problem. To be honest with all of you, we only have 141 people who voted. We have 374 members on DSP Gaming. That's a lot of members. Only 140 people voted. So you're telling me only a third of the people voted? Obviously, that's a problem. I want more than that. I want people who are members to be engaged and say, hey, now I realize I have power. I can actually control the content on the channel because I'm a member, right? So, please, if you're a member and you have not voted yet, what on earth are you waiting for? You still have time. You have this entire stream and all the way to my night stream at 6:45, so you still have like 6 more hours, okay? Please vote, all right? It's important. It really is important. Because right now we have a tie. we have a tie between I Am Fish, which was actually the runner-up of the previous poll for Early, and the Forgotten Cities final ending, which takes about 2 hours to do. Now, I'm okay with either. Either one of those I feel would kind of be chill fun, and I would have a good time with either one to interact with the show with you guys later tonight. But obviously, we need to have a definitive winner. We don't. We actually have a tie in the voting. And right behind them, by the way, is Quake. And all it would take is a small handful of people, 10 people, to vote for Quake, and now Quake would be in first. I'm serious. So, because so few people voted, there's now a ton of power within the hands of a very small group of people. You see? So, let's see what happens between now and the late stream. But if you guys are a member and you didn't vote, you got to vote. I mean, this is absolutely, positively a case where it shows the amazing benefit of being a member of this channel, that just a few people voting right now can completely sway this poll and move it in one way or another, okay? So whatever wins, I'm happy. Either one of those games is cool with me. I'll be playing it at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time later tonight, and then there'll be a new poll starting tomorrow for the next slew of Game Pass stuff, okay? 2 thumbs up. Please vote. All right. That's today's streams. All right. Now, tomorrow, we do something a lot different. Tomorrow, it's going to be Elden Ring continuing on. My first actual stream of Elden Ring since returning back from break. I know it's been a while. We'll be in endgame stuff. We're actually going to be in the consecrated snowfield exploring the entire thing. A sick motherfucker. Once we're done with that, we can maybe do the whatever the quest line is. Not. Instead, we can do the giant field.
What do I do?
Dead giants. You go there, and it takes you to another part of the game, I guess. I'm not exactly sure. But we're in endgame at this point. There's not much left. Okay, we got the consecrated snowfield, we got that giant area. That takes you apparently to another dungeon, and then there's the end game stuff at the Hallig Tree, and then there's the end of the game. It's still going to take me a while. Apparently this content is very challenging, and it's basically going to be a situation where it's going to probably take me about a week to 2 weeks to even beat the content because it's so challenging. And it is lengthy too. So it should be fun tomorrow. I hope you'll join me for Elden Ring on the first stream. Tomorrow night is the return.
Tiger.
Friday Night Fights. My old school Street Fighter throwback stream that I do once a week. It's going to be on Xbox Series X again for a second week in a row. Why? Because it went really well last week. We got into a lobby with good players, stayed there for over an hour, got into a second lobby, stayed there for basically another 45 minutes, had constant competition, played a variety. Actually, we played a lot of hyper fighting, which we almost never play Street Fighter. I don't have money to do it. I played a lot of it and had a good time with it. So, I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I'm excited for more of that tomorrow night. I don't have money to do it. And then on Saturday, this I think is the big one. This is what I announced yesterday. And people were so shocked that I announced this that their socks shot off their feet into the sky, their pants ripped at the seams, exploded, their crotches were fully exposed to the world. They couldn't believe that this Saturday I am doing DSP React down the rabbit hole. They were like shocked, appalled, they couldn't believe it when they heard this news. The internet exploded. Not in a good way. Okay. So that being said, Saturday should be interesting. It's the first time I'm doing anything like that. All right. I have not really done any kind of content like that ever, but I got permission to do this from the appropriate parties. It will be the main gameplay stream, even though there's no gameplay. It's just the main stream. We'll be watching it here live. I actually got it already good to go on my Xbox Series X. I got the YouTube app installed. I got the ads disabled. We got everything going. We're ready to go. I'll be right here sitting, watching with you, listening, commenting, reacting, and freaking the fuck out at this story because I can't imagine what I'm going to see in this 2-hour video. From all the shit you guys have told me over the friggin' years, I have no idea what to expect. Let's put it that way. I bet you I'm going to be shocked multiple times, all right? Now, that being said, this is something definitely outside of my comfort zone. This is something I don't normally do. I'm only doing it because of massive demand and feedback from you guys. If this is successful, now what do I mean by that? I mean, people actually watch it, both on stream and on YouTube, okay? Because I am taking away from my regular gameplay to do this. You understand? I'm interrupting my regularly scheduled content that I would put out for my business in order to do something like this, okay? But in addition,
shut up this
yes,
dude who's being
if this is successful, not only with views, but if there's contributions, if people become members, if they super chat, if they tip, if they support this stream like a normal stream, then I would consider doing this in the future. And what I mean by that is, if we don't finish the show, we can do a part 2. I get the feeling it's a 2-hour video, but between me reacting and everything, it's probably not going to get through it in one stream. We're probably going to need multiple streams to do it. In addition, there's lots of other things out there that people have been interested in doing. Already someone else said, why don't you do another really interesting video on the same channel, Down the Rabbit Hole, about this some Final Fantasy VII house. I've never even heard of it. He said that would be a really interesting one to see me watch, okay? So anyway, we'll see what happens on Saturday. It could either go really well, and it creates a new kind of content that's good, that I could look into for the future, or it could be a horrendous mess where everyone just comes to troll, people don't support at all, and it's just a waste of everyone's time. And if that's the case, I'll flush it. I'll pull the cord. You know, like those old-time toilets, they don't have knobs, they actually have a cord. You pull it with authority, and the toilet will go patunk, and just flush it right into the fucking bowels of the world. That's what I'll do. I'll say, fuck it, I'll just never do it again. No skin on my back, but at least it's an experiment. It's something different. It's me listening to your requests, okay? So we'll see what happens on Saturday. I'm very curious to see how this goes, all right? Saturday night will be the continuation of Skyrim After Hours, the Companions quest line, which we're in the middle of right now. I'm enjoying it very thoroughly. After Companions is done, we have many other things to do. I actually got a new Daedric part, so I have a Daedric quest that we didn't do yet. And then I think after that, we're going to start with one of the DLCs. Which one, I don't know yet, but I think it's time to finally start doing a DLC for the game. Okay?
You will not hear any complaints
Then on
from me
Sunday,
now.
Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga will continue. We're still in Attack of the Clones. I know. We've done an entire stream and we're still in Attack of the Clones. But it's chill fun. I'm having a good time with the playthrough. I hope you guys are too. More of that on Sunday. Sunday night will be the next Game Pass night where members will be voting to determine the next game to be played on a Game Pass. And then on Monday, Elden Ring and Skyrim to end the week. Okay? Now, you may notice something if you're listening to that schedule. You're like, now, wait a minute. If you don't finish this Down the Rabbit Hole video on Saturday, right? Well, then when are you going to do the second half of it? Next weekend. Why? Because I want to do it at a time when everyone can show up. So I want to give enough notice. I don't want it to be like, oh, so we don't finish it Saturday. Let's just rush and do it again on Monday. But now a lot of people can't be here on Monday. I'd rather have, okay, let's do part 2 next weekend and all that stuff. Okay? That's what I'm thinking. Cool. All right. That's the schedule for the week. Hope that sounds good to everyone. Remember, we still are going for the members goal for this month. If we do hit 400, I will react to my own Down the Rabbit Hole video. That was the original reward for the month, and we're still doing it if we hit the members goal. Maybe we'll get a bunch of members on Saturday. I don't know. We'll see. Okay? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to do a segment that I was supposed to do yesterday, and I got so wrapped up with everything else going on, I didn't do it. I want to do the Phil's Day Off segment today, and then we could do some quick shout-outs for contributions, and then we're going to get started with Ask the King. Sound good? So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a Phil's Day
and that's it,
Off.
because you're just going to waste our time again.
Hello, Jade. How are you? Welcome. So, okay? Tuesday was my day off for the week.
All right.
Okay? And what did I do? I'll be honest, not a lot, because I don't money. Right? Everything's been tight recently. That hasn't changed. And because of that, it was a stay-at-home day, essentially. All right? Didn't do much, stayed at home. Had to go out and do errands, so I went grocery shopping. Went and got pet supplies for Jasper. He needed cat treats this week. He was out, so I went and got him some cat treats and stuff like that. Grabbed some odds and ends while I was out.
I need that money.
I know you guys want an update on the ants.
Pay my bills.
So I'll give you an update on the ants. For those who don't know, about a week ago, I had a big ant problem. One day, we had the back door open, and we had tons of ants come into the house, probably 30 or more we killed in one day. I already had ant traps. I put them all over the house, downstairs. They're only downstairs. And I had some ant spray that I sprayed at the back of the house. Within 2 days, the ants were completely gone. We couldn't even find an ant in the house. Okay? So then on Monday, I ran out of ant spray. And I was like, well, at least we've been spraying for several days. The ants have been gone. Hopefully it's not a big deal. Tomorrow I'm going to go get more ant spray. It shouldn't be a concern. So Tuesday morning, my day off, my wife says, oh, it's so stuffy down here. We got to open the back door. Let's get some fresh air. I said, all right. So we opened the back door and, doing our thing in the morning before I go out to do the errands. And the door couldn't have been open for more than like a half an hour at tops, okay? 30 minutes fucking tops. I walked to the back, there's fucking ants. I was like, now this is direct cause and effect. Direct. We opened the door, the ants are here. We had the door closed, the ants aren't here. I was spraying every day, the ants aren't here. I run out of spray, the ants are here. Okay? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Now, admittedly, the ants had just come in, and maybe if I had let them alone, they would have eaten the ant food from the traps and gone back out the door and then all died. Maybe. I don't know. But at this point, I was getting real pissed. All right? So I killed as many as I could. Probably about 5 I found, and then I found another bunch later on in the day. They all come in at once. So I know exactly what they're doing now. Okay? I know exactly what they're doing. They are coming in the back screen door, which is nothing you can do. It's a screen door. There's ways for ants to go through the cracks. There's no way to actually make it so they can't get in. Okay? And they're immediately going, they're basically turning right. And they're going to the you know how you call it the baseboard of your floor? It's got that wood at the bottom of your wall that they put there. I forget exactly what it's called. A piece of wood that sits at the bottom of your wall. So it's not just wall, floor. There's like a piece of wood there. So they go under that piece of wood, and I think there's a hole there. And what they're doing is they're going around the edge of the room, and I can't see them. They're actually invisible because they're under the wood, you see? So they go right under, all the way around, and then they decide to come out somewhere else in the dining room. And when they pop out, we have a dining room table with a rug under it. And they go right from wherever they pop out to the rug, and they walk around the rug in lines. And then they go from that rug to various places. Sometimes they go to the kitchen, and sometimes they try to get into the living room. So that's what they're doing. Like, we figured this out because I was actually paying attention this time. I was like, I got to figure out what the fuck they're doing. Okay? The problem is, I don't know where they're popping out of the wall. If I knew, I would put either poison there or plug it. I don't know exactly where they're popping out of the wall. If anything, I mean, if it gets really bad in this case, I could put caulk down, I guess, like caulk the bottom. So now they have nowhere to walk or get under. They can't get under that piece of wood. I could do that. The thing is, some people are like, well, why didn't you put the trap there? I did. The trap is literally at the entrance of the house where the screen door is. So they're walking right past the trap. Maybe they're grabbing food. Maybe they're not. I don't know. But they're walking right past it. Okay? They're not full-size giant ants. They're little black ones. Very small black ones. Like some of the smallest I've ever seen. I've never seen it. When in Connecticut, they were bigger. I used to have big black ants in Connecticut. No, these are little guys. Okay? So anyway, this was annoying as shit. It pissed me off again. So, once again, we killed as many as we could. All right? And basically closed the door. I bought ant spray again on Tuesday on my day off, and I came home and I sprayed the back of the house with this ant spray, okay, to stop it. I was like, this is ridiculous. And within one day, they're gone again. There's none, 0. And we can open the screen a little bit, close it, and they don't come in. The ant spray keeps them away. Okay, the problem is, how long am I going to spray ant spray? Probably about, a can will last about a week, right? You know what I'm saying? But I would keep buying ant spray every week, I guess. Now, I actually got some recommendations.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Grab mad at ants.
Someone
Ant
recommended
seed
a
my
really good
poultry
grade
leg
ant
and
poison.
sandwich. And
Not, little traps that you buy for a few bucks, but actually really good ant poison. That's expensive. But if this shit works, then it might be worth the cost. And I'm thinking what I can do is I can plant it right outside the back door and right inside the back door. So if they're coming in, that's the first thing they smell and eat and see is this fucking poison. All right? This is annoying. I don't want to keep having to go back there and spray. Every day I have to go back there and spray now. And it keeps them away. But man, that's going to be annoying if I have to do it all fucking summer. Every day I'm spraying poison out there. Right? And then if I forget one day, I forget to spray, they come in the next day. Because that's exactly what happened here. Okay? So we're going to see what happens. Okay? Have I tried bribing the ants? I haven't tried that. Maybe if I went out there and I offered them a nice cash settlement, maybe they would stop this. You take a wad of cash and shove it into their anthill. They're taking, leave me alone. That usually works. Okay. All right. Anyway, we'll see what happens. So that's the update. The update is, the good news is, yes, we had them on Tuesday. Yesterday, I was spraying, none. 0. Today, we'll see. I'm hoping they stay at bay. I'm hoping the spray keeps them away. We'll find out. The real problem here is that here in Washington State, it's moist all the time. We have precipitation and moisture all the time. If it was a dry climate, number one, it would be easy to find the anthill. I used to live in Connecticut where in the summer it's dry and you can find anthills easily. You can see them popping up out of the dirt. Here, everything's wet, so you can't see shit. You don't know where they're coming from or nothing. And because it's wet every day, it kind of washes away whatever you spray out there. You see? So I guess we'll see what happens, but I got some ideas. Yes, people have also said there's better sprays. You're right. If I go heavy duty, I can probably buy a really heavy spray that may last longer, but it probably costs a lot more and probably smells absolutely fucking terrible. So if we open the door, it's going to be shitty. You also got to keep in mind, with Jasper, there's a pet problem here where I got to be sure that whatever I get, it doesn't hurt Jasper if he happens to touch it. You know what I mean? There's things to think about. There's things to think about, but do our best here, We still don't know what's attracting them because we haven't actually seen them, like, get food and leave. It would be one thing if you could see, they went directly to this thing, this food area, they're grabbing food, they're leaving. We haven't seen them get anything and leave with anything. We just see them walking around looking for food. So it's annoying when you don't know what the hell they're coming in for. They're not getting anything, you see? Okay. So anyway, that's the update with the ants. The only cool thing about the day off that was nice, we tried a new kind of food. Remember I say on our day off we usually eat out once? Well, we were home, we ordered in. We actually ordered Pakistani food. Now, this restaurant we ordered from does do Indian-style cuisine, but it actually is a Pakistani family who owns the restaurant, and they cook everything in like a Pakistani style. And it was interesting because they have things that sound like they're Indian food, but they're actually quite different. So naan bread, when you order naan bread from an Indian restaurant, it comes a certain way. When they made it here, it was interesting. It was like very puffy naan bread, like very airy naan bread, and actually very soft and pulley and chewy. It was good. I think it was probably the best naan bread I've ever had, and I've had it from many different Indian restaurants. But the naan bread was really good at this restaurant. Now, my wife and I each ordered a curry. I wish I could tell you, here, if I tell you, I think if I bring up the menu here, I can tell you exactly what we ordered. Because I don't actually remember, because it's authentic food, so I actually don't remember what we ordered. Let's see. Okay, so my wife ordered balti gasht.
I'm very confused.
Balti gasht. Okay, which is your choice of meat tossed with diced onions, tomatoes,
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Based sauce.
$80 on Pakistani food they threw out.
Spice level.
Tip me.
So she ordered.
I don't care.
Spice level 2. Okay, I ordered Mughlai korma, which is traditional korma cooked with onion, garlic, and almonds. Not too sweet, not too spicy, just right. And I ordered that.
I live
and also spice
in
level
their
2.
heads 24/7.
So the food showed up, and admittedly, when it first showed up, it didn't look like it was a lot of food. And we're like, we don't know if this is going to be filling to us. So I wonder if maybe like this is not something we'll be interested in the future. Okay, each one of these curries came in a container that was like a little bowl, black plastic bowl with a lid. And at first it didn't look like much. All right. But when you open it up, you realize there's a lot of meat in that. Like they loaded it with the chicken. Okay. And as you start to eat, you take your naan bread, you rip it, you start dipping it, and you eat it. It starts to actually get quite filling. So even though it didn't look like a lot of food, we were actually quite full. We didn't even finish the food. So we went from thinking, oh, it's not a lot, to, oh my God, we're overly full. This is really filling meal. Okay. So my wife's was very tomatoey, and you could taste the onion, but man, there was black pepper in there. And she had ordered spice level 2. When you eat that and you keep eating it, it's increasing spice. So it starts off, oh, it's pretty mild. Oh, wait, it's kind of good. Oh, wait, it's kind of get spicy. Oh, fuck. It's really getting spicy now. Like, I ate it you eat it for like 5 minutes. Like, it's still going. My tongue. Like that. Okay. Now, mine, it's none of anyone's business, was actually interesting because it was more creamy and it had almonds in it. So it actually had a sweeter taste to it. Okay. And I liked mine a lot. It was spicy. We both ordered spice level 2 because I think you go up to 4 or 5. We only ordered like middle of the road.
Here we go.
Like
now he's
2.
talking about WWE champion.
It was pretty spicy. And I even said to Cass,
You
if
piece
we
of
order this
donkey
again,
shit.
I'll probably order
How about
spice level
this?
1 because I like the spice.
How about
It's
this?
a little bit too much.
WWE
after
champion.
keep eating it, and she agreed.
right.
Like in fact, we basically what we
WWE
did
champion
is we each
lives
ate
rent-free
half,
in your motherfucking
and then we
head.
swapped.
I don't.
So then
think
she
about
had
WWE
the one with
champions.
cream and
You do.
almonds. Well, I had the
You
one that was more
probably know
tomatoey
way more
and
about
black
the fucking
peppery.
game than I
so
ever will,
she had
'cause
tons of
you're an
spice
idiot.
and then cooled
You're an
down a little
obsessed
bit. While I had
loser.
milder. Then I got spicy. So by the time we finished, it was good. It was very good. The weird part about it, mine had white meat chicken, and hers had dark meat chicken. It was still effing good. Like each one was quite good. But I'm interested. Like, why did they choose one kind of chicken over another per dish? I don't know how that works. But we actually liked it. But the only thing is, like I said, I think we did order too high of a spice level. If we were to get Pakistani food again, we would order level 1 spice. But the naan bread was outstanding, ridiculously good. And we did like the curries that we ordered. We just wish that it wasn't as hot. But very tasty. So my first experience with Pakistani food is a thumbs up. I know I didn't do it for Feasting with the King, but it was actually quite good. That was really the highlight of my day off on Tuesdays, trying a new kind of cuisine. Okay? Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's really it. Schedule and that. Now we're going to do shout-outs for contributions. All right? And then we're going to end the pre-stream and we're going to get into Ask the King. Fair enough? Okay. Let's get started. So, first we'll start on the YouTube side of things. We start off with Jose Martinez, who did the first super chat of the day, which is a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Jose. It's good to see you. Only Iced Infinite became a channel member this morning, and I appreciate that. Only Iced Infinite. Thank you for the support. Let's
YouTube
take a
mode
look at...
on.
If I can get it to... There we go. It's frozen for a second. Let's take a look at channel members. Let's see how we're doing. Because remember, we are pushing towards the end of the month. We are pushing towards hitting this members goal for the month. It's possible we could hit it because we actually did see some increase recently. Currently, we're at 375 members. We went up. See that? So we have 25 members to go to hit the monthly goal. Guys, please, again, I urge you to become a member. If you're not, you get so many cool benefits, including right now voting on these ongoing Game Pass nights. It really benefits you to do so. Okay? And then we had the Infiltrator 101 who has some incredible super questions. I'm just going to ignore because I'm not a dunce. So thank you for the super chat. Okay. Now, let us swap over to tips. Our first tip of the day is from Plum Goral, who tipped $10. Let's get Plum Goral up on the leaderboard.
Look out! There's a black woman coming. Ah! She takes them both out. Boom!
A $10
Steals
tip.
the backpack and runs away. Oh.
Thank you very much, Plum Girl. And let's see what she has to say. Shit. How'd I screw that up? Move. It's like jumping. You see that? It's like snapping to the left. Why is it doing that? Stay where I want to. I give up. It's fine. Okay. Plum Girl tipped $10 and says the following. Oh, by the way, here's a troll. Hold on. Just got to slap this guy in the face. There we go. Take that. Okay. Plum Girl says... I missed out on your big day. Happy late birthday, Phil. I watched later. By the way, thank you. I watched later, but I was moving to a new house on your actual 40th birthday. I've been following you since 2009, and it was sad to miss it, but we're loving our new home. I'm glad to hear that. Excited to be back on the stream and hanging
I don't
with
want
you
any drama
again.
in the stream chat.
This will be a chill stream of Q&A. It's a good stream to return to. Welcome back, and thank you very much for the support. Awesome.
Band. Gone forever.
Not an OIC sock, everyone. And by the way, it's actually not. The guy's joking. Tipped $10 and says, I hope this helps. Looking forward to the questions today. Will you play the New Game Plus in Elden Ring? We'd all love to see that. Shout out to... Oh. Basically, he's insulting the trolls. I don't want to read that. Okay? I appreciate the support. I don't want to do a public insult to people. I don't waste my time with that. Thank you very much. He says, thank you for the stream, Phil. All right. Cool. Thank you for the support. Will I play New Game Plus in Elden Ring? I've already expressed my desire to play Elden Ring a second time with a new build. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I had a tickle in my throat. Stupid allergies are still acting up. Expect me to be rubbing my nose, sneezing, coughing today. Stupid allergies. Okay? But anyway. Yeah, yes, I would consider it. Now, I don't know the ins and outs of New Game Plus, all right, in Elden Ring. I don't know if New Game Plus significantly ups the difficulty of the game. I'm assuming, do you keep all your items from the first run? Because here's the thing. If you keep all your shit from the first run, right? Then you could do a run. Like, let's say I wanted to start, I just want to do a pure sorceries build. I actually don't want to use like physical weapons. I want to be casting spells the whole playthrough, right? Excuse me. Well, maybe I do that because I have a lot of sorceries unlocked. I have the best sorcery wands in the game already. So maybe I could do that in my second run, do like a sorcery playthrough and see how it goes. Okay. So I don't know. I would need more information on it. But by the way, I mean, take a look. We're over 100 hours into Elden Ring. In fact, as of today, we're currently at 103 parts, I want to say. Yes, 103 parts, and we're still going. The game's not over yet. Okay. Stupid fucking mouse is pissing me off. Okay, I slammed it. It works now. So, we're not over yet. I'm going to guess that we're going to be, well, by the time we beat the game, probably between 110 to 115 hours of gameplay. That's my guess. Because I'm thinking I probably need another stream to do the consecrated snowfield and head down to the giant area. I probably need another stream to finish that giant area and head out to this new dungeon thing that's floating that we saw previously from the 4 Belfries. We probably need another stream for the Halley Tree, if not 2, because people are saying the Halley Tree is like super tough. So if that's the case, that's another 10 to 12 hours and then the end of the game. So probably, that's what I'm guessing. All right, I could be completely wrong. I don't know. But I guess we'll see, okay? And go from there. But yeah, after that, do you guys really want to see fucking Elden Ring again immediately? Let's be very honest here. Seriously, do you want Elden Ring again right now? Right after I beat it? I feel like it would be the same situation as when I beat, like, Sekiro and other FromSoft games. You guys want to see it again, for sure. I'd like to play it again. I don't want to do it right away. We can take a break, right? Even if it's just a month or 2 break, and then maybe it comes back as something I balance with other stuff. But I don't think we need to do it again immediately. Like, that's too much, I feel. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's back to back to back too much. Give it a break, a little break. I'm not saying a forever break, a 6 to 8 month break and never go back. I'm saying give it a break for like a month and maybe go back and do the second run. Because I want to do a second run. I feel like using different kinds of combat mechanics like magic would be dramatically different from what I did this first run. Okay? My laugh sounds like anyway. So we'll see what happens. Okay? But it's a definite yeah, I want to do it.
Like
it's just more of a question of when's the right time.
No, it sounds nothing like that at all.
Okay. Thank you for the tip. In the Pooper, tip me $1.49, says, would you play Ultra 4? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What the hell is Ultra 4? And by the way, you might want to be careful about what you put in your pooper. It's probably a pretty sensitive area. Okay? I don't know what you're talking about. All right, guys. So that's actually shout-outs. Now, normally, this would be the segment where I would say, oh, let's do open Q&A. But why the hell am I going to do that when we're about to start a whole show that's Q&A? That would be pretty stupid, don't you think? Right? So I think what we're going to do, unless there's a last-minute contribution here to shout out, I'm going to end the pre-stream. I'm going to take a piss. Right? And then when we come right back, and it's going to be Ask the King, we're going to get started with the show. The way it goes is basically hour increments. I'll do an hour of Q&A, I'll take a short break, hour of Q&A, short break, and then the finale. Okay? Okay. Are we good? We done? Is that it? I think so. Let's end it. Let's end this. This will be the shortest free. How you doing? Phil here. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Ask the King. Things look a little different around here. There's good reason. Right? Let's address the elephant in the room.
The Ziggy
All right.
is here.
Alduin is behind me. Wow, what a change. Okay, obviously it's not what I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my Q&A show, Ask the King. All right? We have a lot to talk about on today's Ask the King. Today is April 21st, 2022. This is the first time I'm doing the show in the entire year. All right? And a lot of things have changed since the
Tiger, tiger, row, tiger, row.
course of over a decade. Ask the King is the show where you
do I
guys
do?
ask me the burning questions, and I answer them here live for you on stream and on demand on YouTube. Now, let's address all the things that have changed since the last time I did the show. The last time Ask the King happened was Christmas week, 2021. Back then, it's been pretty slow. Different world, man. Really, I mean, so much has changed. Actually, not much has changed since then. Number one, I used to do Ask the King regularly on my vlogging channel. I don't use my vlogging channel anymore. I retired it because basically it wasn't really pertinent anymore. I wasn't actively using it outside of Ask the King. It was just kind of sitting there unused. And I did a big rebranding this year. Okay? So this big rebranding included the retirement of my old moniker, the King of Hate. I am no longer known by that. I don't use it anymore. It's not pertinent to who I am today as a content creator and a person. Too many people, sadly, used that old moniker and misconstrued it purposely to say that it meant things that it didn't mean. And after many, many years of being misunderstood by mainstream audiences because people were assholes and just were lying about it, I retired it this year. When I retired it, I said, well, it makes sense to retire the vlogging channel that's called the King of Hate Vlogs because I'm not the King of Hate anymore. Okay?
So
And
if you're gonna be
so,
an asshole, you're gonna be treated like
Everything
an
was
asshole.
retired
You're gonna
now.
be shown the door.
All my content can now be found right here on the DSP Gaming channel on YouTube. This is the channel that's the longest running channel that I have on YouTube for active use. I still actively upload it to every single day.
They said, Phil,
All
you know,
right?
we contribute
But
to you. But it always
obviously,
seems like it's a black hole because
with
it
the
always seems like no
changing
matter
of
how much we
everything,
contribute,
okay,
you're always still
some
having
things
problems.
get
You're
kind
always
of
still in
mixed
debt
up,
and nothing's
misconstrued,
getting
shuffled
better.
around.
I agree
Number
with you.
one, you might say, why didn't Phil do an episode of his Q&A show, Ask the King, since Christmas? Well, this was one of the busiest gaming years ever in the first few months. Within a
I
few
need
weeks'
that
time
money.
in
I really
February,
do. I need that
which
money
would have been
for
around
my
the time
bills.
when I would have done the episode of Ask the King, we had the release of the following games: Pokemon Legends Arceus, Sifu, Dying Light 2, Horizon Forbidden West, and Elden Ring. So many games came out in a month's time, I had to skip tons of other games over the month of February and March that I haven't even gotten to yet because I'm still playing some of these games. Okay? Excuse me. So we're in a situation where it made absolutely
don't
no
care.
sense to be doing a Q&A show that would take away from my gaming schedule when I was already backlogged on that said gaming schedule. Okay? So, that's why there have not been an Ask the King in a very, very long time. It's coming back today because I finally feel like I'm at a point where I'm caught up enough that I can take time away from the schedule to do the show again. Now, does this mean that this show will now regularly be every other month like it used to be? Well, yes and no. I'd like to do that, but immediately after I scheduled this show, I took a look at 2 months later, and at the end of June 2022, we have an exorbitant amount of games coming out again. Within 1 week, there's like 4 games I'm interested in. So here we go again. So likely what'll happen is this show will be tentatively scheduled for early July 2022. Let's play it by ear and see what happens, and when it makes sense, when there's time to do it, we'll do it again. The truth of the matter is there's not that big of a concern doing Ask the King when there's time because it's not a show that's super duper in demand these days. I answer your questions every single day on all of my streams, right? I'm an interactive streamer now. And that means that every day there's opportunity for you guys to tag me, to ask me questions, and for me to answer them live. Now, admittedly, the answers that I give you during, say, a live gameplay stream are quite different than the very dedicated answers that I'm going to give people today. Today we have a wide range of people in different places asking questions. We got members of my channel, paid memberships, they get priority. A lot of them are getting their questions answered today. We got people who posted up on my forums on dspgaming.com. We actually have one patron who pledged to my Patreon and deserved to have their question answered. They're going to get that answered today. And we have, no exaggeration, one Twitter question. What I've noticed is, since last year, I shut down my Twitter to get public replies. Why? Because the vast majority of people who responded to my Twitter were very toxic, negative scumbags. They were literally just trying to insult me and troll me publicly, and people would laugh about it. Yeah, I don't play that fucking game anymore. I'm 40 years old. I don't put up with the bullshit. So I made it so that only people who I follow on Twitter can respond to my tweets. Since I've done that, I have not lost Twitter followers. My Twitter followers have actually gone up. But I don't get to hate anymore. But the other flip side of that is, no one really knows they can respond to my tweets. So when I do, oh, hey, respond to me on Twitter, ask your question for the show, it doesn't show up. So, the good news is, I still have more than enough questions for the show. But it looks like as a result of that happening on Twitter, we're not going to get any Twitter questions anymore. Okay? So, the way we're going to do the show today, we're going to do members' questions, forum questions, the patrons only question, then we're going to do the Twitter question. So that's the order, all right? Now we have time. I will also take questions from the live audience. We have 3 hours for the show because I'm going to take a few quick breaks in between, all right? And we'll see how it goes. We may have a lot of time at the end of the show for live questions here from my audience on stream. Now, a couple other things to address. Number one, as you know, when I usually stream, we have tiered rewards in place. If we raise $50 in tips, I put on a pair of Gunner glasses, and that will still happen today. But usually when I raise $100 in tips on a stream, I'll put on a hat.
$16.51
Oops.
from PayPal.
On Ask the King, I already wear a hat. This is my tradition that I wear my cowboy hat that I bought in Tennessee over a decade ago, right? So what are we going to do? If we raise $100 today, I'm going to put on a vest instead. We're going to do a live poll in the chat, and people in the chat will be able to vote on a vest, okay? If we happen to raise the full tips goal today of $150, which would be great if we did, it would definitely help me out, you have an option. You can either vote for a different hat, and I'll do a hat swap, or you could also vote for a different vest, or maybe even a football jersey, and I'll do a swap there, all right? So we'll see what happens. Are we going to hit $150 in tips today? I don't know. Again, it would be great if we did. The support would be outstanding, but I don't know if we're going to get it.
Hint.
Okay? Fair enough. Now, one final thing, okay? The name of the show is Ask the King. But I got rid of my old moniker. So what am I the king of? Am I the king of gaming? Am I the king of content creation? Am I the king of streaming? Am I the king of YouTube? All right? Ladies and gentlemen, I really don't care. You could call me the king of balls. I really don't give a shit. All right? To me, I've been called the king since I started on YouTube. It's been a thing, a running thing. Okay?
The homosexuals are evil people who are all
So you can call me
passing
whatever the
around
hell
AIDS.
you want. I really don't give a shit. King of ass. All right? But I'm not going to change the name of the show that's been running for a decade. That's ridiculous. This show's been running. I think I started it in like 2010. I'm not going to be changing the name of the show. That wouldn't make any sense at all. This is episode 90 of an ongoing show. It will keep going on. The legacy will continue. All right? And I'm not changing it. But you can call me whatever you want. All right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm the old moniker anymore, because I'm not. All right? I've definitely gotten out of that. You're not going to find that on any of my active content. Fair enough? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to it. Let's actually start answering questions, which is the whole point of this show. If you didn't know, I'm here to answer your questions. I'm not here just to dick around. Okay? Fair enough? Okay.
Can someone please shut up this dude who's being a moron?
We begin today with a question that actually is a common question. I'm not kidding. 3 different people asked me the question. But this is a question that gets asked all the time. I guess people just
So
like
you're going to be an
hearing the answer.
asshole? You're going to be treated
So
like
I'm gonna
an
go ahead and
asshole. You're
answer
going to be
it.
shown the door.
In particular, the first person who asked me the question was Delancius, but there was a couple other people who asked me variations of the same exact question. Okay? Let's begin. What do you do
Blah, 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 blah,
Keep a
blah, blah,
positive
blah, blah, blah,
mindset,
blah, 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 blah,
especially with the
blah, blah,
negativity
blah,
and
blah,
trolling
blah,
that has been
blah,
thrown
blah, blah, blah,
your
blah,
way.
blah.
I meditate to let the negativity
What do
slide
I
off
do?
of me, but I cannot imagine how I would cope if I got the same amount of shit as you have. All right, so I got some variations of that question. I actually had someone who asked specifically about, I guess there was a Korean streamer who was got so much
Give her
hatred
pill,
on the internet
and
and
that's
also
it,
from
'cause
her
you're just gonna waste our
family for
time
being a
again.
content creator that she committed suicide, all right? Which is obviously an incredibly extreme case and a very unfortunate one, all right? What I think a lot of people don't realize, all right, is that there's different kinds of abuse that people can be a victim of in life, okay? Physical abuse is a kind of abuse that's very, very visible and very easy to see when it happens.
It's none of anyone's.
Right? Someone's getting beat up, someone's getting slapped around. You can usually see when someone's being physically abused. All right? And it's hard for people to hide things like physical abuse because you'll look like you're beat up. You know what I'm saying? You have a broken arm, your face is a black eye, you're bleeding. So physical abuse, usually you can get called out right away. All right? But when it comes to other kinds of abuse, mental abuse in the modern day, I hate to say it, I feel is way worse in a lot of cases because of the internet. What the internet has done is created a venue by which anyone can mentally abuse someone else on this planet and get away with it scot-free for the most part. There's a couple times when people are shitheads to others and they get called out, but when you're an anonymous person on the internet, right, it's very hard to be held accountable for your actions, okay? And what has happened is that there have been giant groups of people over the years who have formulated and congregated and become this mass of hate on the internet that gets targeted and aimed towards certain people, certain individuals for various reasons, some deserving, some not, some maybe half and half. Maybe some people deserved it at one point and don't deserve it anymore. I don't know. That's for you guys to judge, all right? But when it comes down to it, all right, all I can really speak to is my own personal experience. And what I can tell you is, over the years, I've been definitely the target of the ire of thousands upon thousands of very toxic, negative people on the internet for various different reasons. And the funny part is, if you ask someone the reason why they don't like me in the modern day, you'll get 400 different answers, some of which make perfect sense and some make absolutely no sense at all. But they still all congregate together to form these hate mobs and do nasty things. All right? There's entire people who have entire businesses. I'm not exaggerating. They have an entire business based off of crapping on me and or other content creators, and they get away with it. Because right now, unless you have a lawyer and a lot of money, a lot of time to waste, there's really no defense against it. The internet just allows this kind of abuse to happen. All right? Now, excuse me. In regards to this, okay? Does it hurt me? Yeah. It absolutely does. First of all, I have a business to operate. This right here, what I'm doing, is my job, okay? And if people decide one day collectively that they don't like me or my content anymore because of the shit that other people say about me, not because of what I do here on stream, because I'll own everything that I do on a stream or in a video. If you haven't noticed, in the 14 years that I've now been a content creator, do I hide the things that I did in the past? Do I act like, oh, that never happened and lie about it and say that wasn't me? I own up to my mistakes. I own up to the dumb shit that I've done in the past, okay? And I admit Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
by some of the shit
Imagine
that I've done
making
in the
someone's
past,
and living
content that
about
I
you.
put out, the crap that
Jesus.
I said and did over the years, okay? I'll admit to that. There's reasons why in the past people don't like me, okay? I'm not perfect. I'm definitely a flawed individual. And I make mistakes all the time just like everybody else, okay? But the general consensus that I hear in the modern era, all right, the last 4 or 5 years that I've been a full-time streamer, is that people don't dislike me because of what happens here. If you just sit here on a stream and you chill with me and you have a good time, or you watch my gaming content on demand or whatever it may be, it's not this that's the problem. It's everything outside of this that I have absolutely no control over whatsoever. Sometimes
things in my personal life seep into the public eye, and there's nothing I can do about that. I can't control that, all right? But I do my best to not have this stream be something that's focused on the negativity, the drama, the hate, and all that shit. I know it's out there. I'm well aware it's out there. People, oh, trust me, every day people try to come on this stream and derail the stream with it. They do, okay? But man, if I spent my entire day listening to every piece of negative shit said about me on the internet, number one, I'd probably lose my mind. I'd probably be in a padded cell right now, all right? Because there's only a limit to what a human mind can take. There's a certain amount of abuse.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
You can only take so much.
Not a
before it
job,
starts
but a
to get to you. Even
monetized
if you know
hobby.
it's not true, and or the shit is a very corrupted version of the truth, right? Taking a little piece, a nugget of truth, and spitting it into something so overly, disgustingly nasty that's not real, but they propagate it like it's real. Oh, that's real. Now spread the word that it's real when it's not, okay? You know, it gets to you. And then when people actually believe it, and that's what really gets me. There's people out there that believe stuff. I'll give you a perfect example. I'm not kidding, and some of you might say, what? You're serious? I'm serious. There's thousands of people on the internet right now who actively believe that I have rage quit a ridiculous amount of video games in my 14-year tenure as a content creator, that they'll actually say things such as, well, he just rage quit yet another one. Add that to the pile of hundreds of rage quit games. This guy is a joke as a content creator. All right? The actual reality is that it's the opposite. In the 14 years I've been a content creator, I've done more full playthroughs of games than likely anyone else on the fucking internet. I almost never quit a game. I was the guy who dedicated himself to completing games, right? And especially in the modern day. In the modern day.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Most
This
games
isn't a
that I play,
depression.
I do play to completion. Okay? It's ridiculous when you get a one-off situation. When I decide, man, I just don't want to finish it for whatever reason, and I make that active decision to stop playing it, and oh, it's another rage quit. Yeah, another? Okay, in the last year, how many games did I rage quit? You could argue that maybe Kirby is a game that I rage quit. Even though I did all the content in the game, I was at the final secret boss that's not part of the story. It's just an added challenge, and I said, this is stupid and difficult, and it's annoying. It's not fun anymore. It's pissing me off. I don't want to play it anymore. Okay? Got angry. I turned the game off. You can argue that's a rage quit. All right, I'll give you that much. Fine. Okay. Divinity Original Sin 2. There's no rage quit. We all collectively agreed after 60 hours of gameplay, the game was boring for my streams and content, and no one wanted to see anymore, including me. So why am I going to torture my audience and myself? I said, all right, guys, after 60 hours, this isn't working. Only playing it 4 hours a week. It's not enough. Let's move on to other stuff. And we collectively agreed it was the best thing to do. Where is the rage quit? But the thing is, people are so dumb that they convince themselves that these things are true. They'll even bend the definition of what they're saying. Like, what is a rage quit? And just listen to the word, rage quit. You get angry, you quit playing. That's a rage quit, right? If there's no rage and no permanent quitting of the game, there was no rage quit. So how can you even argue it's a rage quit? Oh, well, no, it means this. No, it doesn't. Read the fucking word, you idiot. You'll get to change the facts of a word of what it means to try to say something slanderous or defamatory against someone. But this is what I deal with on a daily basis. Okay? On a daily basis. Whatever people want to say about me negatively, okay? They will say it, and they don't have to actually justify it factually. They just say, haha, it's the next running meme. Fills this, fills that, fills this, fills that. And they think it's funny. It's the mindset of an immature child on a schoolyard teasing and pointing at someone. Ha ha, Billy's this, ha 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 ha. And the fact is, these people are so dumb, they don't look at themselves to realize how dumb they are, right? Because there's so many of them. There's so many of these brainless fucking idiots on the internet that they all congregate together and become these giant circle-jerking groups of toxic idiots who justify what they say with absolutely nothing. Just, there's so much of us that say it, it must be true. Okay? Now, this has happened so many times to me over the years that it just doesn't matter to me anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was a time in history when I was like, you know what? I absolutely had to try to feel like I had to defend myself, right? I felt like, man,
Thanks for the
if
money,
I
stupid
don't
fuck.
I'm fully turgid at
defend
all this
myself from
coping and
these
seething.
mobs of idiots, right? That now it seems like I'm just agreeing with them, that what they say is true. Because I have no defense against it. That's why I won't stick up for myself. But over the years, every time that I tried to stick up for myself, what would happen is it's called moving the goalpost. Okay? So they say one dumb thing. Oh, you rage quit that. Well, let me factually prove how I didn't. Okay? So I factually prove, oh, well, actually, no, I meant this. What? So now we go, oh, wait, forget rage quit. You did this instead. Wait, what? And this is what happens. When you get shown the serious situation of oh, here's the actual factual basis and how you're wrong. What are you talking about?
Thanks for the money, stupid
on
fuck.
to the next. On to the next.
Well, guys, you heard
And
from
these people,
Grug.
what
We
you
are
come
children.
to realize,
Dizzy face.
ultimately,
Dizzy face.
is that when you have a hate mob like this, okay, this is not actually based on logic, and it's not based on fact. It's based on emotion. These people get an emotion, a positive emotion, out of hating on someone, and they actually find other people of like mindset. Now it becomes almost an addiction to them. What's the next negative meme? What's the next fucked up thing that we can say or do? Even if it's not factually right, we'll convince ourselves in our heads it is, so that we can have that feeling again. What is that? What's the name of that chemical that happens, that releases in your head, and you feel, oh, you're part of something positive again, right? And that's what it is. They just continue on with this over and over and over. All right? It's endless at this point. So, what's the point of me caring about it and or addressing any of it when every time that I do, it's just something else next anyway, right? So what I've done is I've basically done my best to say, I'm not going to care about this shit anymore. I'm just not. I'm going to shut it down and say, number one, we're not going to discuss that dumb shit on my stream unless I so choose to address it like I just did for a moment. That's fine. But we're not going to derail a stream that has nothing to do with the toxic dumb shit these idiots are saying when we can do positive content. We could be playing a game. I could be answering a question, having a good interaction with you guys, having some social back and forth. We're having a good time together. We're chilling. That's what it's all about, having a chill time on a stream and enjoying yourself, right? Not about some idiots who get some euphoric feeling when they bring someone down with something new, toxic, and insulting. And that's not who I am. That's never who I've been, except when I was very young. When I was very young, I was in that mindset. My early days in the Street Fighter community, I was like trolling people and acting like an asshole. And now I look back at it as a 40-year-old and I say, man, I'm so regret those things I did. I feel really bad about it. And, you know, we fucked up to think about how maybe I actually mentally, my actions caused mental abuse to others. And I didn't realize that at the time because I was so young and immature. And now I fully regret it. And I wish that I could go back and change it, but you can't. What's the past is the past, right? All you can do is own up to the things you've done in the past and say, I'm not going to do them in the future. I'm going to be a better person. And I try to do that. Okay? Now, in regards to how do I keep a positive mindset with all that shit going on around me? Is it meditation? No. No. I don't sit here and meditate. Yes, I go, no, I don't do that. I'm not making fun of it. I'm just saying I don't do that. The good news about it is that I have what's now called a work-life balance. And I didn't used to have that, okay? Seriously. I didn't used to have a work-life balance. My entire life was content creation. And so, when toxicity ended up getting thrown my way, it was hard to separate myself from that shit because that was my whole life. Now, I actually have a work-life balance, meaning what's here is here, and when I'm done with what's in this room, and the stream is off, and the videos are uploaded, I walk out of this room and I have a life, okay? With a family, with other things going on. That has nothing to fucking do with this. And that's really good, okay? When you have that separation, and you can walk out of the drama, and you can walk out of the stress, that is the best fucking feeling. It is, all right? Yes, I still have to approve some comments on my videos during the day, and for the most part, I enjoy doing that. I like reading your comments during the day and seeing feedback that I get on videos and all kinds of fun stuff in that regard. It's awesome, actually. Okay? Yes, I read Twitter from time to time, mostly for game news and things like that. But because I have the separation, all right, I have a whole life outside of this shit. So if there's a day when everything's drama on the internet, I don't have to deal with that shit. I say, fuck that. I put out my content for the day. We had a good time on my stream. Turn that shit off and walk away. There's people right now who are like, Phil hasn't addressed the drama about the Kirby Rage Quit. What drama about the Kirby Rage Quit? It's fucking Kirby. Who gives a fuck? Seriously. Who gives a shit about Kirby and the Forgotten Land? It's a silly game. It's meant for kids. It has extra challenge. That's post-game challenge. It's very challenging. It made me rage. Yes, you can argue it's a rage quit. Who cares? Move on to the next thing. That's, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing there. But these idiots actually focus so hard on it because, again, this is what they do. They got their euphoric feeling saying something negative about me for a few days. It didn't affect me in the least. I don't pay attention to it. I was back the next day putting out content. I didn't care. We didn't put up with the shit on my streams. We move on. Who cares? And that's the mentality that I have now, you know? None of it matters. Anything they say or do about me does not matter anymore. What sucks is when you have newcomers who are maybe interested in my content and they skip it or don't give it a chance because of that shit. That white noise nonsense outside of me that I can't control. It sucks when I lose opportunities. I lose them all the time. You know, at one point, people wanted to have me as a sponsorship opportunities and things. At one point, people wanted to do collabs with me and things like that. And now it doesn't happen anymore because of those idiots. And they never go away. And there's nothing I can do to get rid of that because I'm not making it. I'm not, you know what I mean? Literally, if I fart on a stream, that becomes drama for them for 2 days. Anyone else can fart and it's fine. But if Darkside Phil farts, it's like, oh man, did you hear Darkside Phil polluted the planet when he farted? Did you hear that the methane gas ratio of the environment went up? So now we got to talk about the environmental impact of Darkside Phil farting on a stream, man. It's bad. And it becomes an expose for 2 days on the internet. Something stupid that everyone else is. Who cares if anyone is playing Kirby and Rage Quits it? I'm not. I don't care. That was a fun little chill playthrough that I did at night. It filled a need. And I move on to tons of other content. The fact that it changed from being a chill playthrough to something frustrating kind of undermined the point I was playing it for. And that's why I said, fuck this. I'm not going to bother with it anymore. I don't care. It's no big deal. These idiots outside who say it's a big deal, they don't matter. They're no ones. There'll always be no ones. I don't care about what they say. I'm just going to have fun on my streams like I always do. You understand? So how do I keep the positive mindset? It's this simple. I'm still here after 14 years. I still have fans who love what I do, right? And support who I am as a person and a content creator. And as long as that keeps going, why the hell do I care about everything else? I don't. The positive mindset I have is when every day I come here and someone says to me, Phil, what you did today put a smile on my face. What you did today had meaning to me. I really love the conversation we had. I love the gameplay you did today. You know, that's what I love. That's all I care about. I don't give two fucks about what they're saying. Why would I ever care about what they have to say? They're no ones to me. They're dead to me. They're just fucking no-life idiots who feel like they get euphoric when they hate on someone. That's the worst mindset to have in life, and I'm never going to care about that ever again, really. You know, and it sucks because it can be harmful. I run a business. It can be harmful to the business when they do shit like that. But I realize that fighting against it is completely worthless. It doesn't do anyone any good, and the goalpost gets moved, and all it does is stops me from making more positive content. So I'm not going to deal with it. Say, fuck them. Just keep going, man. Okay? So, that's how I stay positive. I just don't let the other shit derail me. I just stay the course, and I have a good time with the stuff that I do here on the stream. And I appreciate every one of you who comes and enjoys what I do and doesn't make a big fucking production out of every tiny little thing that makes no sense.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Thank you for that.
14 years and still begging people to pay your
all of a
mortgage.
sudden we got a bunch of shout-outs.
Hashtag level 1.
So number one, only use me blade to me $1.50. Says, did you shop Project 7 to writers, like on Netflix or Disney? Yes. And I did at one point have a multi-million-dollar deal. But it all fell through. Goddamn COVID. Lore Spade has tipped $10 and says, I like your words. Please keep up the good work. Thank you, Lore Spade. I appreciate that. That gets us up to $32 in tips. Then, Rusty Edwards did a $3 tip. So the trolls want your life, but they can't get views unless they put your name in the title, so keep winning. I wouldn't even know because I don't watch their shit, but thank you for the support. And Lore Spade now, wow. did a $30 tip. Thank you, Lore Spade, for a $30 tip. Very generous. And that tip in particular will jump us to our first tiered reward for today, the Gunner Glasses. Now, keep in mind, I said this earlier on. If we do hit 100 today, it's going to be a vest. We're going to do the vest first. Since I'm already wearing a hat, it would only make sense to have the vest instead. Okay? Thank you so very much, Lore Spade. Okay. All right, next question is from Chim Charlton, who says, hey, DSP, what would you consider key contributing factors to your longevity and success on YouTube? What would you tell other aspiring content creators as advice in today's creating platform? Do you want to know the truth? I feel like the reason I have longevity is because I have longevity. I've been around so long, and I was one of the people who started with the, how do I put it? The improv style commentary, reacting directly to what happens in a game.
Just miserable.
Not pre-produced content, not highly edited content, but instead full-on gameplay, reacting to said gameplay in an honest manner, right? Like, I was one of the people who started making that popular on YouTube. I didn't start the practice. I was one of the people who made it popular with the things that I said and the ways that I went about myself. People found me funny. People found me silly. People thought that I was an over-the-top character, and I got popular doing it, okay? Now, because I've been around for so long, people know who I am. People like my content for various different reasons. Some people just want to laugh. Some people actually trust my judgments when it comes to games and know that I do things a lot differently than other content creators. I don't accept paid sponsorships. I don't expect paid kissing butt of a game. You know what I'm saying? You watch me play a game, I'm going to be honest about it. And a lot of people really like that and appreciate that. Some people are here for the drama. They like to make drama every day. And so, yes, there's an element to that as well. If there wasn't these drama queens on the internet constantly trying to slander me, likely there would be less people who know about me as well. So it all goes hand in hand. But the truth of the matter is, I am following the game, following the fun gameplay and chilling and relaxing with me. I am the exception to the rule, okay? There are not a lot of me left. There's not a lot of people who've been doing this for 14 years, who are sticking with it, who are making a living doing it, who are keeping up with everything, you know? A lot of people, most of the people, honestly, who were doing it back then don't do it anymore or have completely changed who they are, right?
The Ziggy Piggy.
Take a look at, and I'm going to give this, I'm going to actually say this in a positive way. Review Tech USA. Here's a guy who also, for a very long time, has been a YouTuber. When he started as a YouTuber, he reviewed technology. That's what he was there for. It's his name, Review Tech. Now, he literally sits there talking about news, current events, drama shit. That's how he makes a living on YouTube. I'm one of the very few people who stayed true to who he was and what he wanted to do. All I wanted to do since day one was sit down, turn on a camera, and chill with a video game and share that experience with all of you. Now, the method that I do that has changed. Now, it's a direct feed. It's live broadcast over the internet, and there's conversation with you guys directly every time I do it, but it still remains that every day, what do? I turn on a camera, I record what I'm doing, I share that with the internet, and I chill with a video game, right? That hasn't changed as much, okay? So,
what do I do?
That being said, I'm the exception. Most people today can't just be me and be successful. Almost no one, okay? The longevity factor, the drama factor, the fact that I have long-time dedicated fans who've loved what I've done for a decade and want me to continue doing it. The reason I still do Ask the King is because I have long-time fans who want to see me keep doing this show. They directly tell me they would be very upset if I stopped because this is my legacy show. This is the show that's been running for over a decade.
Derek.
They want to see this continue. Even though every day I answer your questions live on stream, they like having the dedicated show. See? So, grow up. All that being said, I don't know what kind of actual advice I could actually lend to a modern content creator. Because I don't follow any of the norms that anyone ever follows today to be successful, right? I'm not constantly talking about current events and drama events. I'm not putting thumbnails with my silly face all over every single thing that I do on YouTube. Are you going to just complain all night? Just leave that. I'm not doing clickbait. I'm not doing all the trends, you know. Just this weekend on Saturday, I'm trying something different. I'm reacting to a video that people have wanted me to react to, a person who they talk about on my streams constantly, right? It's the first time I'm actually even trying something like this. It may work, it may not, you see? But I'm the exception. Most people had to do that shit to even possibly get any kind of attention on YouTube, because YouTube's algorithm pushes that samey kind of content to the forefront.
It's rising to toxicity.
Okay?
An idiot.
So yeah, Chim Charlton, I really wish that like I could say, oh, well, in my years of experience, here's what I found about getting popular on YouTube. I can't.
Oh, he was
because
T-posing.
I'm the exception.
He was
I really
T-posing.
am.
He was
And keep
glitched
in mind,
and
over the years, I
T-posing.
went from YouTube to Twitch to YouTube to Twitch. I kind of jumped back and forth and changed my attitude and my focus a bit. So I don't really have that formula for success.
Too bad.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. Well, I Leviathan Titan tipped $1.50 and says, take my money, yeah, my money, take it, Phil. Well, I mean, I can't not. You already tipped.
Fair enough.
Not like I have a choice in the matter.
All right.
I have it now.
I need that money. I really do.
Next question is from Low Carb
my bills.
Madman. It says, as a current collector, I recall some of yesterday's streams where you mentioned statues and collector's editions that you used to buy. I was curious what was one thing you bought into and you were disappointed by it. Secondly, if you don't feel up to answering that first half, what was one thing that impressed you the most? Okay. At first, when I first started buying the collector's editions of games, a lot of them had some really neat things that I thought added to the game. Like if you get something that's like a collectible, that's something from the game. Like I was mentioning, Fallout New Vegas Collector's Edition, I really liked it because not only did you get the game and this nice packaging, came in this big box, but in the box were all these things pertinent to the game. The actual casino chip, that's a critical part of the game. A deck of cards, and each character in the game is one of the cards, which is kind of neat, right? Like those things that add to the lore or whatever. All right.
Yes, they said that you're a gay boy.
2 thumbs up for
And
that.
that we're gonna make love
All
to
right.
each other tonight.
But that being said, there were some things that were absolutely ridiculously stupidly bad. Oh, you're gonna get a statue with the game, and then you get the collector's edition. You open it. The statue is only this tall. It's made of flimsy plastic and it's broken. And that happened a lot.
I love Hulk Hogan's
What
dick.
happened was they found out that these collector's editions were actually quite profitable because they could sell you like a figurine that takes $5 to make, and they could sell you the collector's edition for like $80 more than the cost of the game, and you just got ripped off. Okay, and that would happen a lot actually. It was happening more and more over the course that I was buying those collector's editions. Now you might say, Phil, can you name some direct ones? Off the top of my head, I mean, you're talking about stuff I used to do 10 years ago. And I probably did 100 of them. No, not off the top of my head can I directly pull one out of my butt and say, oh, here's an example. What I would say is if you go watch the old release day unboxing videos, you will likely see quite a few of the collector's editions that aren't very good. Man, I remember...
Looks like someone had too much chili at Wendy's.
It was a Splinter Cell game I bought, and it came with like a fucking RC plane or something. And I was like, what the hell does that have to do with the game? It's fucking Splinter Cell. You sneak around doing covert operations. Why is there a plane? Like, it has nothing to do with the gameplay. Maybe there's a plane in the game, but who the fuck wants a
network of
flying
interconnected
plane
banking institutions
and pay like $100 extra for it?
A
It didn't even make
magnetic
any
stripe
sense
receptacle
what was included in that,
digitally online
you know?
to transfer
Or the Call of Duty,
funds
remember
from one
was it
entity
the original
to
Black
another
Ops?
in a legal
It came with the
and
RC
monitored
car with
capacity.
the fake C4
It is
strapped to it.
reported,
Great, an
to the
RC car.
IRS.
But why do I want that with Call of Duty? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it was like, oh, we're going to toss in things to exorbitantly inflate the price, and then there's really no value added, you know? Now, if you want to talk about, like I said, some of the best ones, definitely, like, I actually thought this statue was pretty neat. And the Skyrim Collector's Edition came with an art, I think it was an art book, and some supplementary materials. Didn't it come with a map? I think it did, didn't it? I think it came with a map and this, right? It was pretty nice, the stuff that came with, for having all of that stuff with it. I'm trying to remember specifically if there was any other ones that, like, stand way out. But, not really. You know, like, if anything, what I saw, and there was about a 3 to 4 year period, right? I would probably say when I started doing this full time, so 2011 through like maybe 2014, like maybe 3-4 years where I was buying collector's editions on the regular, and all those unboxings I did. I couldn't concretely tell you, wow, I really remember this one time when I was blown away by the collector's edition stuff that came with the game. Usually it was just some nice supplementary stuff. Sometimes you get a little comic book or an art book. You get a little bit of extra, but it was never anything big. You know what I mean? Like, never did I think it ever, like, justified the price tag for that shit. Seriously. It was, let's face it, it was profit. It was money making for those companies. All right? But there were some exceptions. I would say Skyrim was good and Fallout New Vegas stands out in my head. Those are two that I really liked over the years. Okay? Okay. Wingo tipped me $2 and literally used every kind of stereotypical thing about Wings of Redemption in their message. Thanks for the tip. I'm not reading any of that. The joke's on you. Okay, let's continue on. Hobo X asks the following. When you eventually get a new PC, what are your opinions on doing some emulation for playthroughs? And if you think that it's a legal gray area, what about only emulating for a system that possibly you already own the software for? For example, if you own a PlayStation 2 but you don't have a capture device for it, would you consider doing PS2 emulation because you already own that console and you can buy a physical game like Dragon Quest VIII off of eBay for cheap? Excuse me. Truthfully, I don't know much about this emulation you're talking about. The emulation I'm used to is like emulating a freaking SNES game on MAME or something, you know. I haven't done any major emulation of anything on a PC. I haven't messed with it. From what I'm going to understand, if you do emulation of anything like a PlayStation console, it actually eats up your memory quite a lot. But I guess, you know, the legality of emulation, right, is that, now, correct me if I'm wrong, if you actually own the console and you own the game, you paid for the product, then you can emulate it. But only if you already own the rights to that product. You can't say buy the console, but then just download a ROM and play it on an emulator. You didn't buy the game. You didn't buy the license to the game. Correct? I don't know the legality of it. I don't. For me, emulation has always kind of been a gray area. There have been times when I've used it. There have been playthroughs in the past that I did SNES games and things on there because you couldn't actively get them on a Nintendo console for capturing or recording easily. And it was frustrating to me because I'll be honest with you, it's actually harder for me to play something emulated than it is on a console right now. My consoles are set up to my capture device. I can go, boop, record immediately. Just this Saturday, when we watch this Down the Rabbit Hole video, I'm going to be watching it on a console. Why? I can just record right from the app as if it's a game. I can commentate right over it. There's no problems. It's easy to do. Okay? PC is harder for me. All right? But, I can definitely see why there would be certain situations where it's needed. What if there's old games you just can't get? You can't find them. They're collector's editions, you know, like, or not collector's editions, but they're rare finds. You buy it on the internet, it's like a $500 disc. Fuck. That's ridiculous. And people want to experience that game just for prosperity, not prosperity, they just want to experience it as a part of art. It's not that you want to own the game and resell it for a ton of money. You just want to play the fucking game, right? What I would say is, what may be interesting about this is Sony is about to come out with this new PS Plus package where they're claiming they're going to offer, they're going to offer retro games digitally on their modern consoles, right? So now you don't need to go out and get the physical versions. You'll be able to have a legal way to pay for this subscription each month and get the old games. Maybe that's the avenue to go then. The problem is, let me put it this way, Hobo X, I can't say yes or no because I don't know. I don't know what really is out there for emulation. It hasn't really been a consideration for me because I haven't really been able to do it regardless. You're right. If I have a new PC and it's top of the line and it can handle that kind of shit, kind of opens up new avenues. At the same time, is that an avenue I want to go down, or is it a legal issue? Now I got to worry about people reporting me for emulation and shit, right? I'm honestly not sure. I guess we'll have to see what happens. But if I want to play an old game, likely I'm either going to boot up my Xbox Series S, or I'm going to boot, my Xbox Series X, or my my PlayStation 5 and maybe pay for the month subscription and play the retro game on there. Okay? An anonymous tipper, to me $1.50, says if the Wings thing pans out, react to the Gamer from Mars 4-part Chris Chan documentary. Okay? I really don't know anything about it. I really know nothing about this shit. I really don't. Like, I'm gonna be the person who watches this stuff for the first time, and I'm like shocked because I don't know any of it. You guys know the memes. You guys know the stories. I don't know shit about shit. Okay, let's continue. Stealthy Koopa asked the following: how do you go about choosing a character to play in a new fighting game? Do you look for a character with good tools like anti-airs or reversals, good combo ability, good setups, a specific playstyle, or something else entirely? I don't spoil myself on fighting games or any games. I don't do any pre-done research. So when I'm booting up a fighting game for the first time, it's literally the first time. I'm not, I did research and found out that there's this character that plays like a Shoto with footsies, but then there's this character that plays like this, and there's this. I don't do that. If I'm going to play a new fighting game, typically, it's a game that's a series that's existing. How many new fighting game franchises really come out that are successful these days? You really don't. You see your Tekkens, your Mortal Kombat / Injustices, your Street Fighters, right? You got these archetypes of fighting game IPs and series that have been out for a long time. So if I'm going to play, for example, Mortal Kombat 12 comes out. Well, I know all the characters from the old games. So I kind of know how they're going to play, and I kind of know what to expect. So I know, Jax will probably have a projectile, a ground pound, and some kind of a grapple. I know that Sonya will probably have high combo ability and speed and good anti-airs and maybe mix-ups. While I know that, like, Shao Kahn will probably be a more lumbering super armor style character who does high damage but is very slow. You see, I kind of know those character archetypes from being around the block. But I don't do any prerequisite research when I play games. So I'm going into it mostly blind 99% of the time with that prerequisite knowledge of games that I played in the past. When I play a game, am I looking for a certain character archetype? Actually, no, it's the opposite. I like doing variety, right? I want to play a grappler, but I also want to play a zoner, but I also want to play a hybrid. I want to do these characters, see what's available, what is in the game, what's available to me. What are the tools that you can use in the game? I like variety of gameplay. I don't like picking one character and literally saying, that's the character I'll play for the rest of the game. I like seeing the variety the game has to offer. I do. In a fighting game, at least. So there you go. I hope that answers your question. I actually missed a shout out here. First of all, thank you guys. We hit 100 likes on the stream. I really appreciate that. That helps tons for visibility on YouTube and engagement purposes. So thank you so much for the likes today. Lore Spade, actually did a super chat and said, I hate flimsy plastic toys that were made in China. I want some good quality collectibles that are made with good, durable materials. Yeah, and, to some extent, as dumb as I feel that I was for spending the money that I did back in the day on collectibles, I did buy a bunch of very high-quality statues, and that was not junk. That stuff was very high-quality stuff, meant to last. And that's, you know what I mean? Like, if you're heavily into games and you want collectible, don't buy the collector's edition of the game that's $80 more to get a little plastic figure that was made in some factory, mass-produced, and breaks apart in 5 seconds and it's a piece of garbage. Go get an actual statue made by a designer, an artist, who made this thing and it's mass-produced, but it's made of very durable things. You know what I mean? Like, there's much better alternatives to nice collectibles than a piece of junk that comes with a collector's edition game. You know what I mean? Okay. Keep going. Slayer0804 asked a question. He says, I've been watching you play Elden Ring recently, and I noticed you always complain about camera controls and delayed inputs. You actually compared the game to Nioh, which you say has instant inputs. My question is, would it be better to change it to be like Nioh with instant inputs, or do you think it would be too much of a change from Software fans who are used to the input delay and prefer it to be much of the same? See, here's the thing. We're going to get into this heavily when I do my full review of Elden Ring, which is coming. Once I beat Elden Ring, I am going to do a full-fledged review of the game. Okay? I'll give you a preview of that answer because I don't want to totally answer it right now because this isn't really the review of Elden Ring yet. But From Software games have always had innate, pre-built, part of the game engine, input delay, and it's come to be expected from the people who play the games. All right? It exists. Okay? You press dodge, and you have to wait, and then the dodge comes out. Compare that to Nioh. The moment you press dodge, the dodge comes out. Or the moment you press parry, because remember, I did a whole spear build my first run in Neo 1, the parry instantly parries the attacks. So you see an enemy attacking, parry, oh, look at that, instant counterattack. And I was one-shotting bosses in Neo 1, parrying everything with the spear. There was an entire boss, they never hit me once. Just parry, 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 beat them, right? It's so hard to do that in any From Software game because they have this installed input delay. Okay, it's intentional at this point. You can argue the older games that FromSoft came out with, like Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1, that they couldn't help it. Maybe it was the game engine, maybe it was an outdated console or whatever. Today, there's literally no justification for saying, oh, it's because of this. There's no shortcoming. They could remove it if they wanted. They have made it an installed part of their gameplay, okay? And at this point, these games have now been out for over a decade. People have played every version of FromSoft games. They're used to that input delay, okay? If you play any FromSoft game a few times, you'll get used to it. And then it's not a problem anymore. The problem is your first playthrough. The first time you play any FromSoft game, and it's the first time you're seeing that attack animation, it's the first time you're trying to time something, it pisses you off because it doesn't come out when you press the button. Okay? But you do get used to it over time. There's going to be people who are longtime fans of From Software who are going to say it's just part of their games and get used to it and get good. There's also going to be a school of people who are going to be the opposite. Now, wait a minute. We're in 2022, and FromSoft tried so hard
so he's a piece of shit.
to convince us
You
that
piece of
Elden
donkey
Ring
shit.
was
How
not
about
Dark
this?
Souls, right?
How
It's
about
not.
this?
It's its own
WWE
franchise,
champion.
its own game.
All right.
It's different.
WWE
Okay.
champion
right?
lives rent-free in
So,
your motherfucking
if they were
head.
going to make a
don't
whole
think
new
about
IP,
WWE champions.
wouldn't this
You
have
do.
maybe been the
You
time
probably know way
to
more about
say
the fucking game than
we're
I ever
dropping
will,
the
'cause
input
you're
delay?
An idiot. You're an
Now we're
obsessed
going to change
loser.
things up for the better. We want you to be able to react to things immediately when you press the button. This will allow for a different kind of gameplay experience than our previous games. And it would have. It absolutely would have. But, and again, I'm going to talk about this in more detail in my review. In a nutshell, take a look at Elden Ring's bosses. No exaggeration. Like 80% of them are large creatures with big lumbering swings that are extra delayed, and they have wind up, 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 and then finally they hit you, right? If the game actually had responsive controls, the bosses wouldn't all have to be like that. If the game had responsive controls, you could actually have bosses that were fast as shit because you can react to what they're doing. You could have a boss that's a little zippy guy. He's doing combos, and you could go dodge, dodge, parry, parry, dodge, dodge, parry, parry, parry. Now, by the way, I'm not saying that that doesn't exist in the game. I'm saying that's the exception to the rule. And those actual fast enemies and fast bosses are the more challenging things in the game because they're not giant broadcasted attacks that you can learn the timing for. You see?
Can someone please shut up this dude who's
Again,
being a moron?
I feel like if I go any further, I'll feel like I'm fully reviewing the game, which I don't want to do. Okay? What I will say is thus. If you want my full educated opinion on Elden Ring, watch my full review that I'm going to do once I beat the game. Okay? I'm not done with it yet. We still, like I just said on the pre-stream, we've probably got another 10 to 12, maybe 15 hours left. So several streams left before we actually wrap it up. Okay? But there's arguments either way. I see the argument either way. If something's always existed in a franchise and it's become a main part of the franchise, keep it in. That's what the fans want. But Elden Ring isn't Dark Souls. That's what they told us. Oh no, someone's illegally restreaming you. Oh no. Okay? We'll talk about that more when I review the game. Okay. Protusum Zone asks, Phil, I hope you're able to watch you until I'm in my 80s. But the truth of the matter is that we're all going to get old at some point. What? If you ever get too old or find streaming too difficult, would you ever consider... I don't like the word he used. He said grooming a successor. I think the word grooming has way too many negative associations, so I'm not going to agree with that word. Basically, he's saying, would you ever have a successor that you would like train or prepare to take over the mantle or at least assist you in your stream capacity. Thank you and keep on rocking. Okay.
How?
Okay. By the way, we're going to go on a break after I answer this question. So this is an interesting question because I feel like it's a two-sided question. The first side of the question is, would I ever have like an actual official successor who I would pass on my knowledge, maybe even my, let's face it, my YouTube channels, right? Would I pass that on to someone at some point to continue the work and the legacy that I have, the 14 years and counting, right? Would I ever actually consider passing the mantle on at some point in some capacity?
Thanks, Derek.
That's number one.
I appreciate that.
I feel like the other half of that question is, would I just have someone to assist me with my streaming in the future, right? As I get older, all right? So, let's actually tackle the assist first. Right now, luckily, I'm able to kind of handle everything. I'll be honest with you guys, when I upgrade my equipment, hopefully later this year, that's when some problems might arise because I haven't built a PC in a million years, and if I end up getting parts rather than a pre-built PC, that's going to be a rough one to get it to work because I don't really know the ins and outs of doing that anymore. I don't know how much things have changed in the last 15, 20 years of PC building and shit like that, especially with the software aspect of it, okay? Another thing that I'm actually afraid of, I'll be honest, if I get a new PC, which I have to at some point, this thing's not going to last forever. I have to set up a new version of OBS, right? I can't use the legacy one I've been using for years. And I got to learn everything again. I got to learn how to do the setup of all the scenes. I got to learn how to position everything. I got to learn everything from scratch. I'm not kidding you when I tell you the setup I'm using is so old. And these templates have been in place for so long. I don't even know how easily I could set this up again. And I seriously doubt that they're going to let me import my shit from this old-ass version of OBS into a new one. I'm years removed. So I doubt they're going to let me say, oh, take those templates, just load it into the new one. I really doubt that's going to happen. Okay? And then on top of that, you know, trying to learn things such as, you know, a green screen setup or a higher quality camera and how I'm going to do that. I have a Stream Deck that people bought for me years ago.
Oh, no.
I can't use it because I'm using old Windows, but having new Windows, I can use a Stream Deck. I got to use that. So essentially, it's going to be a huge amount of learning for me. I'm okay with it now. I'm 40. I can do it. But what happens another 10 years down the road, another 10 years down the road, if I keep doing this, I'm going to get older. It's going to get to the point where, like, you know, you like what you do. You're settled into your ways, and it's hard to learn new things, especially if technology changes a lot, which it very well might in the future. You know what I'm saying? So I'm kind of like, I know it's going to be a learning curve. It's going to be challenging. I know that. Will I need to eventually have someone help me with this shit? It's a possibility. I might have to have someone actually come in and assist me with this stuff. Now, hopefully I will be in a position where I can help to pay for that. You know, I'm not someone going to do it for free. I'd have to hire a professional to come and say, right now, you may be shocked to hear this, ladies and gentlemen, because they don't talk about it. Most people who do this for a living don't just do it like me. They're not one-man shows. Most people who do this for a living have an editor, have a tech person. They have people who behind the scenes do that shit for them, and they're just the talent who comes and sits down in front of the camera and plays the game and makes the entertainment, and they have other people they pay to handle that shit. I don't. I do everything. You know, I can't. I can't actually I can't afford to have professionals come in and do that shit for me. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. Maybe one day when I get older, maybe I'll be able to afford it. Someone who could be a more professional help me with that. I don't know. Right now, the good news is I can handle it all, I feel. I think this year may be a big challenge when I upgrade my stuff to learn a new setup with OBS, to learn the ins and outs of a green screen, proper lighting, a new camera, all these new features that I'm looking to implement. All right? But as of now, yeah, you know, it's not even a consideration. All right? But maybe in the future, especially as I get older, I might just need it. It may be a necessity. Okay? Now, flipping by that. By the way, Carlos, how you doing? Good to see you here today. Having an actual successor, someone who's like chosen to carry on the mantle of Darkside Phil or DSP Gaming, I wouldn't want to give anyone the name. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that would be pretty stupid to say, oh, now you are Darkside Phil. You are DSP Gaming. No. There may be a time when, you know, I hang it up. And if that happens someday, I would hope that, you know, there will at least be some people out there who will remember me in a positive light, as many people who will be idiots and only think about the negative. I would hope that the things that I've done on the internet in the last 14 years, and of course to come, because I would like to do this as long as I can, that they will resonate with people and they'll think back on that legacy. And by the way, I would hope that the legacy would stay on the internet to be viewed for all time. Probably not. How long are they going to allow you to have free storage of your videos, right? But for now, that's how it works. And, you know, that being said, you know, one day it will all go away, I feel. And it is what it is. But would I ever have an official successor that I pass this on to? No. What I will have is a bunch of people who I inspired to do it themselves.
Do you want to play
and I already
the
have
fucking
it.
game?
Every day I hear people say, Phil, I was inspired by you to try this out, and I like it. Phil, you inspired me to actually go on and do this or that. I've gotten those messages
I am
before.
Cat, and I
Hell,
liking my balls.
SSOH PKC has personally said that to me, that they watched my content back in the day, and it inspired them to kind of persevere, make their own content, and they became successful. And that's just one example. There's many people over the years who said that to me. And it's not just big people who were ultimately successful. It's little people who just like doing it for a fun, for a hobby. And they saw how much fun I was doing it, and said, hey, let's do it. Let's just have a good time. And they turn it on, and they're like, who cares if I get 5 people on my stream or 5,000? As long as I'm having a good time. That's what Phil does, you know? And I'm happy about that. I feel like there will be a large chunk of people out there who at one point will say, I watched something Phil did, and it kind of inspired me to maybe do some other stuff for myself online. That's how it happened for me. That's actually how it happened for me. I, back in the day, became a fan of the Angry Video Game Nerd. I watched him making these silly videos that had very low production value.
Can someone please
Tell
shut
the
up?
guy
This
had no
dude
budget,
who's being a moron.
but he had talent. He had good
laugh sounds
writing,
like
good
So
delivery,
when I laugh and I go,
and
or
had passion for the stuff that
Does
he
that
was
sound like
talking about
ack,
in his
ack,
video.
ack? No.
And it
sounds
came
nothing like
through,
that at
even
all.
though he was filming it in a dark, dingy room in his house with no good lighting, obviously no actors or anything to be in it. He was just
Stop
fucking
it!
around. Those videos inspired me. I said, man, if he can do it, I can show that I have passion for games too. Now, it's not going to be like his passion. I'm not a filmmaker. He is. He can make films that look great. I can't do that. I don't have any directorial knowledge or anything like that. But I love video games, and I have a sense of humor, and people tend to tell me that they like my sense of humor when it comes through, and when I'm at a gaming tournament or just hanging out with friends or the like. And, you know, they basically like this, and they want to see, maybe I wanted to see if I could make it happen. And I did. I was inspired by seeing someone like the Angry Video Game Nerd be popular on the internet. Said maybe I could do it with no budget, little to no talent or know-how, but just throw myself at YouTube and see what happens. And it worked. As crazy as a wild, oddball situation it was,
I don't have money to
it
do it. I don't
actually
have money to do it. I
worked.
don't have money to do it. I don't
Okay?
have money to do it.
So, for every one of me that there is, right, I was inspired by AVGN. I'm sure there's people who watched me and were inspired by me, and then there's people who watched the people who were inspired by me and were inspired. It goes on and on. That's how life works, right? And I don't think that I need to name a successor. I think that one day I will hang up the mantle. I'll take this hat off for the last time, and I'll say I'm officially retiring from content creation. This is the last time you'll see me wear this hat ever. I'm done. I thank you all for an amazing life journey. You know, being able to do what I love for a living and share that with all of you for so many years. And I'll probably cry live on stream because it'll be so meaningful to me, what you guys gave me, the legacy you gave me, and the fun years you gave me as a content creator. And I'll miss it, you know. But that's life. Things all end. All good things come to an end, right? We don't need to have Phil V2. We don't need to have DSP Gaming go on forever. One day, we can say, it's time to go. But luckily, that's not today. Not even close. We got lots of good stuff coming, man. Lots of good stuff coming in the future, and I'm very excited for it, okay? All right, now you made me tear up. Because I felt very mean. It was very
Stop
mean.
this!
And now I'm going to call me a sissy. You're going to make fun of me. Hold on. Let me start talking about rage quitting Kirby again. That'll piss me off again, and then I'll stop being so emotional. There you go. Fuckers. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen,
Grow up.
it's time for our first break of Ask the King. All right, let's take a break. All right, if you're watching live on stream, this will be like a 5-10 minute break. It'll be a short one. It's not going to be a lengthy break or anything like that, okay? If you're watching on demand on YouTube on DSP Gaming, this is part 1. There will be more parts to follow, and I hope that you will watch the other parts. All right. Sounds good, I hope, for you guys. I'll be back shortly. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in a few.
The Ziggy Piggy's back!
La 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 la.
There you go. Here, listen to my beautiful singing voice.
La 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 la.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
I've been foolish and hopeless and severed. Don't just say we're out of time.
Canadian Doing says EB Games have closed all stores in Canada because of the virus. Well, EB Games is the same as GameStop. Here they're called GameStop, not EB Games anymore. So.
How is this fair?
I can't find my way back to you until you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home. find your way back home.
La 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 la.
There you go. This is my beautiful singing voice.
La 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 la.
It's time for shout-outs, because during the break we had some cool
The Ziggy
from
Pig
that.
is back.
We had some nice contributions. We start off with Atlas Telemon, who tipped me $1.50. He says, I hope you stay for many more years.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
Me drown. Don't let me drown.
If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
So thank you for that. Also during the break, I received a $40 tip from 1 Minute Man. Thank you so much to 1 Minute Man for $40 tip. And because
They
it's
said,
$40,
Phil, you know, we contribute to
that
you,
means we have
but
been
it always
pushed
seems like it's a
past
black
the tier
hole.
2 tips
Because
goal
it
for
always seems
today's
like no matter how
stream.
much we contribute,
All
we're
right.
always still having
And that means
problems.
you
You're
guys are
always
going to
still in
vote
debt
on a
and
vest.
nothing's
Normally it would be a
getting better.
hat, but I'm doing
I
Ask
agree
the
with
King.
you.
I'm already wearing a hat. So let's go ahead and let's have a poll for a vest. Determine what vest you guys would actually like to see here on the stream today. Okay?
Yes, they said that
So,
you're a gay boy.
Which
And
vest
we're gonna
is
make love
Ask
to each
the
other
King
tonight.
Best? Would it be the original beige? Would it be the red? Would it be platinum?
Stop this!
Or would it be gold? There we go. You guys please vote live on the stream. Now, over on the YouTube side of things, we got 2 membership renewals. One comes from 672, who's upped his membership for a year of support, entering month number 12. That's right. It's actually going to be 1 month, less than a month, actually.
whale.
Where some people will be able to up their memberships to a full year, and then they get the new
Blah blah
crown.
blah 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 blah.
So 672. Re-ups his memberships. He's always got his support. Free my ninja Clyde Baxter. All Clyde had to do was remove his fake crown from his name last night. He literally decided to, you know, be stupid about it. And all he has to do is ask me for an unban. He hasn't. I'm not too worried about it. Joe Man, 66, has also re-upped his membership. Says, 1 whole year, can we get a pimp? Much love. Well, you just got one. Thank you very much. To Joe Man. I appreciate that very, very much. Okay. So people are voting on a vest. In the meantime, while people are voting on a vest, let's get right into the next question.
But you're going to be an
shall we?
asshole. You're going to
Okay.
be treated like an asshole. You're going to be shown the door.
Holy shit, I still have 3 pages left. Okay.
Why am I
Whoa.
toxic?
Our first question of part 2 comes from Mr. Adam Dark Blood. What a name. He asked the following. How do you feel about phrases and mannerisms being spread through your fan base completely and completely unrelated parties? It is a common occurrence in my household to yell, "It fits perfectly," when something fits just right, or to refer to something as, "We are the something triplets." My family and friends have rarely even heard your name, yet through my actions as a fan, they have picked up and used your sayings as everyday mannerisms for years. Okay?
What do I do?
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's incredibly disturbing. I'd like to say that's actually creepy as hell, and I wish you and your family the best. What I would suggest is that you get a priest in your house, you know, quickly
Give her a pill,
to exercise.
and that's it. Because you're just
you've
going to
been
waste our
saying
time
those
again.
things for years and years on end. You've probably got a few demons that have moved in, and they're probably waiting to prey on you and your family. So I would say maybe get Father May-I in there and start, you know, wiggling the holy water over his head and clear out the... Okay. Anyway, so, first of all, my mannerisms and my sayings, all right? What's funny about this is, okay, even though there have been things that I've said over the years in pattern, and even though there have been things that become kind of, you know, a turn of phrase, I guess they would call it, things that are common that I would say on my streams and in my videos, those things are actually way more common to you than they are to me. And allow me to explain what I mean by that, okay? When I'm sitting here on a stream or I'm putting out a video or both, you know, I'm just going with the flow. It's my normal way of speaking, right? You know, these sayings and things that I say. I usually don't even realize if and when I'm using them. They just kind of come out, right? I would say actually some of the things that Adam has referenced, like if it's perfectly or we are the triplets, are very old things, right? How often today, paper just started moving. How often today in 2022 do you really hear me say something about we are the something triplets? Very rarely, and even if I do, it's meant to be like a nostalgic throwback to the things that I used to say back in the day, right? I guess, would there be new things that I say today? Or like I'm just curious, those who are here live, do you guys have any sayings or mannerisms in my speech that I say today that you would say are things that I say commonly? Because I feel like these things here are things that maybe way back when, like the whole we are the blank triplets, that's from Kirby's Epic Yarn. That's an over 10-year-old playthrough, you know? As for it's pitched perfectly, every once in a while I'll say that, but how often, right? So instead of talking about ban evading and being stupid assholes in the chat, could you guys maybe like respond to what I'm saying? Because people are dumb and they're talking about ban evasion and dumb shit has nothing to do with the show. Could you actually respond to me in an interactive stream manner before I just fucking start kicking people out of the chat? That'd be nice. So anyway, John Smith says, wow, dude is still common. I still say that a lot. Wow, dude. I probably do. Yeah. You say, no, really. Okay, you're right. That's something that I picked up recently, I think. Probably in the last year or two. Saying, no, really. I think, yeah, that's something that's been more. Fair enough or thus. That's, yeah, fair enough. I don't even know where I picked that one up. Fair enough. I think that might have just been years and years and years ago that I picked that one up. I say, I would argue, and thus. Sounds good. Fair enough. I would argue, and thus. So, you know, those are things that are part. And bottom line. Oh, yeah. I say bottom line a lot, don't I, Battle Duck? Now you said that, it kind of strikes a chord in my head. Dude, I say that bottom line a lot, right? So, those are things that are more like things thrown into common conversation, right? But it's not necessarily like a repeated phrase or something that will catch on in a household, I don't feel. Like how many people would say, you know, bottom line constantly because I say it in a video? I don't think you would. Or fair. How many people would say fair enough a lot? Because I say fair enough a lot. Those are more like, those are things you just implement in your own normal speech as opposed to an actual saying. Like, we are the something triplets. I say back in the day, those kind of things stood out more, possibly. And there's probably a few reasons why. Number one, because back in the day, you know, when video comments were on in public until I turned them off for 5 years. Yeah, I did. But before, when the video comments were more public, whenever something like that would happen in a video, people would immediately start posting it in the comments and it would go, here it comes. Everyone wants to say it and everyone wants to repeat it, right? But I feel like those sayings are old now. I really do. I feel like those sayings are very outdated. But the thing is, to me, those sayings aren't even things that I feel like I said that much. Now, maybe you feel that way, but I think I know why you feel that way. Because I'm the creator and you are the viewer. When you watch a video of mine and you hear me say, it fits perfectly, and you like that, oh, it's funny, you probably go back and watch the video again. You probably have videos of mine that are your favorites, and you go back and watch certain moments in a playthrough or certain countdowns or certain things over and over the years where those sayings stood out. So in your mind, you've heard it say it over and over and over, right? And when you hear it say that much, said that much, excuse me. Now it becomes resonant in your mind as something that is associated with me as a content creator. Even though in reality, I probably didn't say it that much. Okay? But it was a notable time when I said it, and it's a moment that stands out, so people remember it, and you think, oh, that's a saying Phil says all the time. But maybe I didn't, right? So, I'm not sure. How do I feel about this? Is Adam's question. He said, how would I feel knowing that across the globe, there's likely families of people saying my sayings over and over in their households? In truth, Adam, you and your family have probably used those phrases way more than I ever did. I don't think I say it fits perfectly or we are the something triplets that often, right? Even back then, every once in a while, but not all the time. But if you've adopted it as a saying in your house, then yeah, your family's probably saying a hell of a lot more than me. And that's funny to me that there are actually people who are repeating things that I've said on a stream on a whim, and it's become like a thing, you know, a meme for them. So it is like a family meme. It's funny, huh? Let's see here. Plum Girl says you need to make a T-shirt with your fan favorite DSP quotes on it. Battlelook says we only see that you stream and record. We don't see you when you're taking a dump. Shocking. I know of all the invaluable conversations that we're missing out on. Alice Telemon did a couple of tips here. And he says, all employees proceed to the bottom platform. I repeat, all employees recede to the bottom platform. Again, how often do I say that? That was one playthrough, but it became a big meme, and then it became a song I play, and now people mention it. You see? Then Atlas Telemon did another $1.50 tip. He says, actually, you literally say 100% of the time you land a spinning pile driver with Zengi if you say, yes! Really? I got to pay attention to that tomorrow night. I'm going to pay attention to that. Tomorrow night, tell me about that. Say, if you grab an SPD, you're going to say yes. I probably do. He's probably right. It's an exaltation of accomplishment when I land the SPD. TX Shooter 50 did a super chat. He said, what was the saying you always say since you played Watch Dogs? The saying that I always say since I played Watch Dogs. Huh. What saying did I start saying during Watch Dogs? Darkness is I always say, Sledgehammer. I do always do the Peter Gabriel. Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer. I love that song, that's why.
Can someone please shut up this dude who's being a moron?
It looks like Platinum Vest is going to overwhelmingly win this poll, so I'm just going to prematurely end it. I'm going to get the Platinum Vest on. And we're going to go to our next question.
What the hell are you talking about?
Sledgehammer is a good song. I want to be your sledgehammer. I don't care. My laugh sounds like ack, ack, ack. So when I laugh and I go, or
You haven't had a platinum
does that
vest
sound
in
like
a long
ack,
time.
ack, ack,
Here it
ack,
is.
ack? No.
Now.
It sounds nothing like that at all. Now, if we hit the full 150 today, you guys get to pick. You can either have a vest swap to a jersey, or we can have a different hat for the rest of Ask the King. So we'll see what happens. Okay. I say hello and welcome every day. Nice. Hello and welcome to the pre-stream podcast. Hello and welcome to Ask the King. Hello and welcome. I have gas. It's a good way to start a video. Okay. Kevin Bernstein asked the following: who inspired you to become a streamer and entertainer, and how did you first get into the business? Do you recommend this for someone who is tired of working a boring 9-to-5 job?
Are you a
So first of all, I already
retard?
mentioned
I
this.
have to ask.
It was actually watching the Angry Video Game Nerd that inspired me to try to make content. Now, he didn't make the kind of content that I wanted to make. He was making produced, scripted reviews and stuff like that. And not to say that I didn't feel like I wanted to eventually try my hand at that, but I just wanted to play video games and react to them and see what would happen. You know, very different than the kind of content that he puts out, where he has scripts and actual agenda, you know, something to follow, to talk about in the game. I'm playing the games live. You see, very different. But did I ever think that I was actually going to make a living as a streamer or entertainer? Never. It just happened. it got popular out of nowhere. I lost my job out of nowhere, and it happened to be something I could fall back on that at that point I could find a way to monetize my videos. Okay? How did I first get into the business? It was a hobby. For 2.5 years, I dicked around with a camera pointed at my TV, playing random games, swearing like a sailor, and just having silly fun with it. Never taking it seriously for a moment. Never. And then, when I lost the office job that I had for almost 5 years, I had nothing else to fall back on at the time. And I found a way by teaming up with, at that time, Machinima, to monetize my content. And that was the history. Like, after that, it was just make videos, monetize, and make a living doing it. Do you recommend this for someone who is tired and working a boring 9-to-5 job? As I've said, I don't feel, all right, that anyone could do what I do right now. You have to really follow the trends. You have to follow what the YouTube algorithm is going to pick up if you want to have any kind of a hope of making a living doing what I do. I am the anomaly because I've been around for so long that I have dedicated people who like what I do and support the style that I do, but someone new just jumping into it probably would not find success doing it this way. You would have to adapt to all of the new trends and things that people are constantly doing. Okay? So there you go. Could someone potentially jump into this full time instead of a 9-to-5 job and make a living? Maybe. But there's been people, and I'll give you an example here. Someone that I'm actually very sad that this happened to. Okay? Stuttering Craig. Someone who many years ago started to some extent internet content creation for gaming with Screw Attack. Remember those guys at screwattack.com? And every day they had hard news, and they had game review series, and they had the Side Scrollers podcast, and they had what was the name of the show that's now still popular because they sold it? The Versus show, where like Goku versus Superman and shit like that. I can't actually remember the name of the show. They sold it to Rooster Teeth. And they made a lot of money doing it. But basically, this guy, along with other people, because there's other people who were along for the ride with him, but they kind of all left over the years. Death Battle, that's what it's called. Yes. He was one of the innovators of internet content creation for video games specifically. I mean, his business was so popular, he ran giant scale gaming conventions and everything, right? In Texas and all kinds of stuff. I attended one of them, okay? But over the years, you know, he basically fell out of prominence because Screw Attack ended up falling apart. People left. He sold pieces of it, and essentially he couldn't stay afloat anymore. So the thing is, he absolutely, positively wanted to keep making content about video games. And he tried to be a YouTuber. He basically changed, he stopped doing that kind of stuff. And I think it was about 2 years ago, he started his own independent YouTube channel. He's like, listen, I got thousands of people all over the globe who followed my content over the years. We can make this happen. And it didn't work. Because you can't make a living doing that anymore. You just can't. Like, he tried to start from scratch, say, I'm going to start over. We're going to have podcasts I'm going to do. We're going to have guests like the Angry Video Game Nerd on the show. I'm going to do gameplay stuff. I'm going to talk about news. We're going to do all kinds of stuff. So basically, he tried to start from scratch and do his own brand of content on YouTube. And it failed. And I actually don't blame him. I blame YouTube. Because it's impossible to start as someone like this and make a living doing it. It's impossible. You have to have some kind of a weird foothold already. You need to get virally popular because of the algorithm. You can't really just make a living putting out honest content anymore. It doesn't exist. At one point it did, but YouTube changed their shit so many times over the years. Demonetization, loss of monetization, the algorithm changing time after time. You gotta ride that algorithm. You really do. You gotta find that sweet spot of how can my video get noticed by a maximum amount of people. And if you don't aim for that, you can't actually be successful. You have to ride those trends. You have to do those things. It sucks. I like Stuttering Craig. I met him a few times. I thought he was one of the nicest guys I ever met. He was really nice to me at a time when no one knew who the hell I even was. He was a gentleman. And then when I was a content creator many years later, and a lot of people hated me on the internet, he was nothing but nice to me. That is not a man who deserved to basically be kind of thrown out of what he loved. Because he had a passion for it, and he had to quit. He had to quit making internet-based gaming content because he couldn't make a living doing it anymore. He had to do what was best for his family, and now he's completely 100% out of it, and no one hears from him ever again. Sucks. I don't like those kind of stories. I don't. Pisses me off. Anyway, TX Shooter did a super chat, and he says, "I remember, didn't you say 'fool of my enemies' a lot?" So you're talking, okay, you're talking about the Watch Dogs 3, what the hell was it called? Legion? Watch Dogs Legion playthrough. You're right. The Fool on My Enemies we still bring up today because that song fucking sucks ass. I can't believe they used it in the game. It was so bad. All right, let's continue on.
Stop this!
The $1,000 Kitty says he was outed as a scammer. He betrayed and screwed over his friend, the other Screw Attack guy. You're talking about, that was like
Special
over
delivery.
a decade ago. And after that, he
Special
went on
delivery.
to run Screw Attack successfully afterward for many, many, many years. In fact, he was more popular after Handsome Tom left. So I don't even know what you're talking about. Sounds like someone has some sour grapes there. That's like completely outdated information. All right, Captain Charisma asked the following. In the past, you've been very anti-sponsored content when it comes to gaming. Do you also share these views on all content? Where does the ethical line get crossed? Does someone having a 20-second ad read in an hour-long video take away the content, or does it go deeper than that? I think it's take away from the content, or does it go deeper than that? When does a video go from a video with an ad to a paid shill video to you? Okay. Personally, here's my take on paid advertisement. Okay? First of all, 100% a paid advertisement should be fully disclosed as a paid advertisement, period. None of this hybrid bullshit where a content creator gets a game early, plays it early, but can't criticize the game because, oh, the review embargo is next week. So they literally can only sit there and say positive things about the game. But they don't tell you it's a paid advertisement. It literally is. But they won't say, by the way, this stream is 100% a paid advertisement, just so you guys know. They don't ever do that. Maybe they'll put a little blip in the description of the money. I really do. I need that no one reads. Pay my bills. It's completely dishonest. I disagree with that kind of content. I don't necessarily disagree with someone taking an ad space to make a paycheck. I just think it's really corny. And I'll give you an example. So my wife and I have been watching some different shows. One of the shows we've been watching recently is Shark Tank. Well, because we watch it on one of these apps that has ads, we have to watch TV ads. One of the ads we've seen has, what's her name? Melissa McCarthy, the actress, the comedian. And those two guys that are called the Property Brothers, I don't even know what their names are. But I know that I guess they're very popular for like HGTV. They have shows and shit on there.
We're so
And the ad is, for some reason, Melissa McCarthy is like, she has a slingshot. And she's shooting things in her house and breaking them. Meow. And the Property Brothers are like going like this, dodging the things she's shooting as she destroys things in her house. And then it's an ad for something from Chase Bank. Okay? Now, I watch this and I say, what the fuck am I watching? Number one, what the fuck does Melissa McCarthy have to do with the Property Brothers? Absolutely nothing. It's what a weird team up that these people would even be in the same piece of content together of any kind. I have no idea what the segment's supposed to be about. I've seen the ad about 25 times now because it plays every fucking time we watch Shark Tank. And I still don't know what it is. It's an insanely poorly designed ad that doesn't hit on any of the things you would want to know, like what is the product, how does it benefit me. It's a complete waste of everyone's time. It's literally just watch this video with people you probably know from other shit doing random shit. And then they're like, oh, Chase Bank. Huh? The fuck is this? Now, do I fault anyone in that video for taking a paycheck to be part of that ad? I mean, no, I guess you got to make a living. I mean, Melissa McCarthy's been in ridiculously large comedy movies. She's probably filthy rich. The Property Brothers have multiple TV shows they run. I believe they have a magazine that I've seen at the local grocery store. At one point, a couple years ago, they actually had their own personal product line of shit being sold in Kohl's stores. I don't know if they made any money doing that, but to my knowledge, they're already filthy rich. So why these particular celebrities would need to be chosen or choose this ad and choose to be a part of it, I'm at a loss. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're already rich. Do they really need to take the easy paycheck to be in this weird ad that makes no sense, right? Now, if you are someone on the internet like a content creator and you need to make a living doing your content and you have an ad space in your content to advertise a product. Like, for example, if I had a sponsor and I said, ladies and gentlemen, Hori neck phones. This portion of the stream is paid by Hori neck phones. You can get them now on Amazon for $50. There's a sale and they work really well and blah, blah, blah. If someone didn't say, and this is a paid advertisement, so just so you guys know, do I necessarily fault someone for doing that? Not really, I guess. Is it annoying? Yeah. Is it a complete waste of your time as a viewer? Of course it is. You know that nothing that's being said during that portion of a stream is genuine, right? But I don't necessarily think that it's like that intrusive. If it's just one moment or a couple moments, let's say someone's put out a 3-hour stream and they did that twice. Is that big of a deal? I mean, someone's trying to make a living, man. You got to understand, right? I guess that's okay. All right. And by the way, that was not an official product placement at all. That was an example. I have absolutely no sponsorships, no partnerships, nothing here. I just don't want anyone to misconstrue that and say, was Phil trying to advertise? No, I have no partnership with anyone to advertise anything. Okay. That was just an example, right? Now, for me, where does it go too far? It goes too far when you see influencers pushing product to make a buck and actually doing things like false testimonials, or I really, really strongly disagree and hate when people get a game or a product early and they are using said product or playing said game, but it's a paid advertisement. They're not able to be truthful about it, right? Like, I'll give you an example. If a mouse company contacted me and said, we'd like to send you this mouse for free if you would do a review of it, I would say, sure, I'll accept your mouse for free, but just so you know, if I don't like the mouse, I'm going to say that in the review. I'm not promising you a positive review on your product. You have to understand I'm going to be truthful in my review of this mouse. And if they agreed to that, then I would take that sponsorship opportunity. But if they said, oh no, listen, the whole point here is we're trying to get advertising out there for our product. So if we send you this for free, or we're going to make an agreement with you that we're going to pay you to put this product in your video or whatever, you have to be positive about it completely. I would say, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to be dishonest to my viewer base, okay? Now, you guys may not realize this. There's a lot of content creators out there that are doing just that to you on a daily basis. And you may not know it. They may not be transparent about it. It may be that they only put information about the stuff that they're advertising in the description of their video or the description of their stream, and you think that they're being legit, and you are being advertised to constantly. There's content creators that are like this, okay? Obviously, I'm not going to say names and start litigation process that people try to sue me, but the thing is, you have to be diligent with what you watch. You have to be. You have to know that when you're watching someone put out content, that's not a paid advertisement, okay? This is becoming a big problem with online content. Instead of being, oh, I'm an online gamer and I share passion just like you, it's like, oh, I'm an influencer.
Shut the fuck up.
And therefore, everything I do is to be monetized. And
Jesus
you know what I
fuck.
mean? And make a buck.
Seriously,
It's
won't shut their
ridiculous. Okay? It is. It's just ridiculous how much this is becoming a prominent thing. And what's happening is certain companies are making a fortune on this shit because people are buying their product, playing their game, doing shit that normally they wouldn't do because their favorite content creator did it and said it was good, and these idiots don't realize they were advertised to. It's ignorance about how it works. And the funny part is, you usually will not hear a content creator talk about it. Why? Because that's how they make their living. That's their gravy train. Do you guys remember years ago when I was going to play State of Decay 2? And there were 3 or 4 very prominent content creators who got the game earlier on in the week. And I called it out on Twitter and I said, these people are paid shills. They are literally being paid to play the game. They can't review it yet. The review embargo's later in the week. So anyone you watch is saying the game is good and lying to you. wait for later in the week, and then I will make my content that will be genuine. And what happened? I actually got attacked by numerous content creators, all of which have these kind of agreements, and say, oh, Phil's just sour grapes because he's the old man content creator who can't get those kind of arrangements. And he doesn't understand how the industry works and blah, blah, blah. They literally felt attacked by me. I'm nobody. And they actually came after me on social media saying that, oh, you're an idiot, you're a scumbag. I was like, wait, now think about it. I'm no one. And as someone who has 40 times the viewer base of me is going to attack me for saying it, you know what that means? I struck a chord. It means I was right. And I'm 100% correct, and they're afraid I'm going to take away their lucrative sponsorship opportunities by pulling the wool off of your eyes and making you realize that's exactly what it is. You see? So, in regards to sponsored content, okay, listen, I understand it's not easy making a living doing what you love. If you're a content creator online and you have a product placement once in a while, and it's not intrusive to your content, and as long as you're blatantly calling out that you're doing an advertisement, all right, that's okay in my eyes. Sometimes, right, it's what we call a necessary evil. No one likes to be advertised to, but if people need to do it to make a living, then so be it, all right? As long as they're not being dishonest and trying to pull the wool over your eyes on what they're doing, I'm okay with it. But I 1,000,000% disagree with these content creators who get this shit super early, put out playthroughs, do streams, and it's paid advertisement. They are not allowed to criticize the game because the review embargo hasn't raised yet. So they're literally just advertising to their audience and not telling them. They're making money hand over fist because the audience watches that video and they contribute. They throw tips. They throw super chats. They throw memberships and subscriptions. They contribute to their Patreon. They buy their merch and shit because they got the game early. Now tell me, what the fuck did that person do to earn that? Do they deserve it? Just because they're a paid shill and they play the game and they tap dance and they fucking kiss everyone's ass, do they deserve to make a double paycheck? Not only did they get paid by the company who gave them the shit early, now they get paid by their own viewer base too. How dumb of a viewer can you be to think that that kind of person cares about you, right? That person literally is there to make a buck. If they couldn't make a buck, they wouldn't even turn their fucking stream on, right? So that's what actually gets me about content creation. That's where I draw the line. If you need to have advertisement in your content to get by, to make a living, I'm not going to fault you for that. Have an ad every once in a while. But at least have some fucking credence, some fucking, some respect for your viewing audience, and at least put out content that's real. Not, oh, by the way, today's entire stream is a paid advertisement. Well, fuck off then. Go fuck yourself. No one needs you. You're not necessary to content creation. You're the end product of a fucked system where people believe that you're actually someone who's trying to care about what they're putting out when you don't. You make a paycheck, you're a money printing machine, but you're a scumbag. I will never, ever respect someone who literally sat down today and turned on the camera just to fucking have a paycheck and then they turned it back off. That's beyond
copper, fuck you, copper.
You know?
Yeah,
have some dignity, have some fucking respect, have some kind of credence in what you do. And, to some extent, okay, just so you guys know, all right?
Why am I toxic?
This is what really irked me about the early days of YouTube, because when I got into gaming on YouTube back in the day, all right, basically, I loved games. It was my passion, my hobby for my life. And for 2.5 years, I put out videos on YouTube and I never monetized a single thing. I didn't take any paid product placements or nothing. It wasn't until I lost my office job that I made it my job and I monetized my videos. All of a sudden, in 2011, when me and a few other content creators started to monetize our gameplay
Like someone
videos,
had too much chili at Wendy's.
all of a sudden had all these people who never put out gaming content before who jumped into the space. All right? The one that notably I criticized back in the day was Toby Turner. He made zero gameplay content. Zero. Until he could monetize it. And then immediately he jumped into the space only to make money doing it. It was the only reason he ever did it. And He got giant sponsorships. He was fucking advertising Madden. What the fuck does Toby Turner have to do with football? Nothing. But these idiots paid him money to advertise games. Okay? That is a grade A example of the person who I don't respect because you didn't even care about video games until you could make a living doing it. And then all of a sudden, 50% of your content is video game content. Like, get the fuck out of my face. You're just incredible. The dishonesty, the disrespect, and the fucked up mindset of people like that, you know? And he's not the only one. But if I mention other people, all of a sudden people will try to get me in trouble for it. Because there's quite a few people who back in the day, all of a sudden, became gamers overnight when they could make a living doing it. Okay. Let's continue. And by the way, we got about another 15 minutes before I have to go on break here. Young Sinatra asked the following: what's the coolest place you've been to in Washington? Well, basically, when I moved here, I looked into some of the nice places to go. And when Kat moved in with me, we actually went to a couple of them. I would say the two coolest places that I've been in Washington State so far would either be the Pop Culture Museum, and I forget the actual name of it, but it's a pop culture museum. It focuses on all kinds of stuff: music, movies, television, video games, comic books, all kinds of fun stuff. And they rotate their exhibits around. Just a few times I've been there, I've actually seen things about horror movies, sci-fi fantasy movies like Star Wars. Nirvana had its own exhibit, the history of Nirvana, the band. Legos, an actual indie video game exhibit. Jimi Hendrix. I'm trying to think, because there's more than that I've seen. I guess that's what's coming to mind. Oh, fantasy. They had a whole fantasy exhibit where I got to see things from all different fantasy movies like Lord of the Rings and Labyrinth and shit like that. Props and outfits and all kinds of stuff. And also they have some really cool things. Like they have this room you go in, and it's like this projection simulation where it makes you feel like you're in space and shit. It's really neat. We did it together and loved it. So I would say the Pop Culture Museum is really, really neat. And then the other place that I actually really like, but you'll only like this if you're into kind of like marketplaces. Okay? So for example, if you like shopping, if you like walking and shopping around and seeing a variety of stuff, Pike Place Market. Pike Place Market is an indoor market. It's half outdoor, half indoors. It's very unique the way that they set this up. And you could get many things. You can get artsy stuff. You can get actual artwork. You get handmade things like gloves, hats, clothing, jewelry. They sell food there. There's a food market where they sell fish and other stuff. But you can buy baked goods. You can buy cooked foods there. There's a giant comic book store there. There's collectibles. There's music stores where you can buy legacy things like records and tapes and things like that. It's a really, really neat market. And then when you're there, there's great restaurants for seafood. The original Starbucks that was the first one ever in the world is right there. And then if you walk downstairs at the Pike Place Market, you end up on the waterfront. And on the waterfront, there's a whole other slew of fun stuff, like an aquarium, a big mall with all kinds of nautical themed things. They actually have a motion ride there that you can ride. A giant Ferris wheel called The Wheel. If you played The Last of Us 2, you've seen The Wheel and the aquarium because those things are real. Yeah, it's pretty neat. And I would say it's you could spend a whole day there and have tons of fun and eat 2 meals there. It's just a lot to do there. So, though in my opinion, those are the 2 coolest things so far that I've done since I lived in Washington State. Now, I'm not saying that there's not other cool things to do. I'm just saying, like, those are the things that are kind of unique to here that stand out in my mind. Okay? There you go. All right. Continuing on. We're now going to move on. We have a question from a patron. And I actually owed this person the answer to this question a while ago. And somehow the question kind of got lost. And now I've remembered and I brought it back up. Now, this is a question that I actually don't think I can answer. You guys may be able to answer this question because I don't think I have the answer to it. So let's see. This will be for long-time viewers and fans. All right. So this question is from Giovanni. And he asks the following. Whatever happened to your 2010 Game of the Year countdown videos? they've been gone since they were ever released on Blip TV that year, and they were never reposted since. Was there legal issues re-uploading those to YouTube when Blip wrongly shut you down, or was there another reason? This has been almost like a lost tapes types of scenario, because they came out, and I always remember what types of games I should look into getting every year based on your Game of the Year countdowns. You were a gamer that tried to play every single new release at that time, so your opinion always mattered most to me compared to anyone else who had a gaming website or put out content. Also, being that the only countdown, it was the only time you did a countdown with 20 games in the countdown. And they were all released that year, and it makes that list stand out because of it. Do you remember any of the games on the list, or would you be able to re-upload them? Even a written list would do. The rising prices of PS3 games recently makes it astounding to afford anything. So actually knowing what games were good would actually help me and maybe other people during that same time period, pick out games. I'm a long-time fan. I hope that you keep staying strong. So the question is, whatever happened to the 2010 Game of the Year Awards? All right. Now, I can only partially answer this question, okay? All right. This was a time in history that I'm not proud of. This is a time in my content creation history 12 years ago when I made one of my most stupid, most infamous mistakes, making risque jokes that were insensitive and that pissed off people. Okay? And what happened was I had been uploading content to YouTube for a very long time. All right? 2.5 years at this point. And I lost my office job. And I needed a way to make money. So I started monetizing not my gameplay on YouTube, because you couldn't monetize gameplay on YouTube in 2010 unless you were with a partner network, which I was not. But you could have your own personal AdSense account, and that account would monetize non-gameplay style videos like vlogs. So I had a vlogging channel, and that vlogging channel blew up when I lost my office job, because people felt bad, essentially, that I lost my job. They felt like I was an underdog content creator. I wasn't, super duper well-known. I was well-known for gaming, but, people looked at that and were like, this is fucked up. Phil's, makes good content. We support him. We like him. And people came out in droves to watch and support those monetized videos. Sadly, what ended up happening was I think people got overzealous, and YouTube saw that overzealousness of activity with my vlogging content and said, oh, basically people are going crazy clicking ads and shouldn't, and therefore we're turning off your AdSense. We're suspending it, okay? So over the years, you've heard tons of slander about that, people spinning it into something that it wasn't. No, I was not removed from YouTube's AdSense program because I said anything in a video. That's completely false, okay? That's complete bullshit and did not have any bearing on what happened in that situation. Okay. In fact, it's hilarious. The people who say that reference a video that I made 1.5 years prior. Okay. I had advertisements on all of my videos for 1.5 years before my AdSense was suspended. And I had said something like that, something stupid in a video. It had nothing to do with anything that I said in any video. What happened was people felt bad that I got laid off, and they went in exorbitant amounts and clicked on ads, and they shouldn't have done that. You should only be engaging with an ad if you actually have interest in said ad, okay? So, because so many people did this, all right, in a very short period of time on YouTube, I made an exorbitant amount of ad revenue money, and then they turned off my AdSense and said, you're suspended. That will be suspended indefinitely, and you can't make money on AdSense anymore, all right? So, at that time, that was about, I want to say that was October into November of 2010. So I was like, this sucks. Now what do I do? Well, there are other alternatives to YouTube. So I started uploading to a website called
What do I do?
Now, this was a competitor, but not really to YouTube. They were a very different kind of website. You couldn't even really... The search functionality was nearly non-existent, didn't really work. You couldn't really sort your videos properly in playlists the way that you could do on YouTube. They claimed that they were adding that kind of added functionality and never really implemented it in the time that I was there. The videos didn't play back as well as YouTube. There was a lot of people having issues watching the videos, and they barely had any advertisements to go around. So if you had a video with an ad on it, you would literally see the same ad a million times on this site. The Zappos ad which is for clothing, was actually infamous because it was the ad that was played 5 zillion times during Christmas of 2010. Okay? So why am I bringing all this up? Because at this time, I couldn't make a living on YouTube, so I upended all my gaming content and I put it on Blip TV, which is why there is no top 10 or just Game of the Year awards for 2010 on YouTube at all. It's a missing year. Okay? Can't find it. Now, you may say, well, what happened on Blip? I got kicked off of Blip. It's my fault. Today, I will wholeheartedly say this. I feel Blip acted harshly and Blip treated me unfairly. But I do feel that I did something stupid to cause myself to get kicked off of Blip. I made one video that contained anti-Semitic jokes in it. Okay? Now, I had made racial jokes over the years and never got into problems on YouTube at all. Not once. But because I made an anti-Semitic joke and jokes in that video, infamous, this video, okay? Basically, Blip contacted me and went overnight from, oh, you're the new Mr. Popular here on our website. You're going to make a lot of money, and we're going to make a lot of money on you. We want to have a private meeting with you and management at Blip. We're going to talk about your future. We want to grow your channel. You are the new guy. We're happy to have you here. We're very excited. 2 days later, I got a termination notice. We're kicking you off the site. You're not allowed to be here anymore. You only have like 7 days to remove your content, then we're deleting it permanently. All ads have been removed from your content. Get the fuck out. Literally didn't get any kind of someone reaching out to me and saying, hey, you made a really bad video. Don't ever do it again. It was just get out.
From
wow.
PayPal.
So, you know, it sucks that happened, and I was stupid. At that point, I've told you guys this over the years. I was essentially trying to emulate jokes I had heard on the Howard Stern show, which is probably a bad idea because Howard Stern got into tons of problems over the years as well for the things he said and did on his show. So here I am thinking that I'm like Howard Stern and I'm going to be immune to it. Obviously, I was not. I was an idiot. And I paid for it. Okay? So I got kicked off Blip TV, and all the content that I had uploaded to Blip TV got deleted, including the Game of the Year awards. Now, I swear I uploaded that to YouTube at some point. Like, I swear to God I did. I swear that I'd taken the stuff that was there and I'd re-uploaded it to YouTube so that way that at least people could watch it. But maybe not. I don't remember. Like, you're asking me something from 12 years ago and I have no frame of reference. I don't remember, you know. I swear that what had happened was I got kicked off Blip, so I said, okay, guys, I'm coming back to YouTube. All right. You know what I mean? And basically, like, I wish I had the answers. I know for a fact I don't have those videos anymore. They're gone. I don't have hard copies of those anywhere. It's 12 years later, right? So I don't know where they would be. I don't know if anyone archived them. Likely someone did. You would think that people archived that countdown somewhere, but I don't know where. So like I said, this would be more of a question actually for you guys, the viewers, to maybe look and say, can you answer it? Because I don't actually know if anyone actually did save the Game of the Year awards.
If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still
those
be
are
on
actively
camera,
viewable
I
anywhere
would do
or
it.
not. But I wanted to give you the background of what had happened, why it's not, why that countdown is not available anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
My laugh sounds like ack. So when I laugh and I go,
We'll see. We'll see. Leave video comment. Leave in the comments of this video. Let me
That's
know.
like,
Is that
ack,
available
ack,
anywhere?
ack.
And
No,
maybe
sounds not
we
like
can
that
help
at all.
out Giovanni to find it, because I have no idea where that countdown would be at this point. Okay. There you go. Excuse me. So before we adjourn for a break, because this will be the final break, and then we're gonna have the final part of Ask the King, I do want to do shout outs. I want to say special thanks to my ongoing patrons who actually pledged to my Patreon. I know that I don't talk about my Patreon that often, and I know that it's basically not a major part of my content. There are still perks to get. This is one of them, actually, just to get a shout out when I do Ask the King. Obviously, these people have been waiting a long time, 4 months since I did an episode, but here we go. Without further ado, thank you to my ongoing supporters on patreon.com. Big Tone 995, Crisis MOD, chat, okay? So thank you guys so much, and I'll be back shortly. Awesome.
Alright, so Gabe Horn is awesome.
Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know
Doesn't matter if he's joking or not. Saying shit like that is accusatory, it's negative, it derails the stream, and it makes people get pissed off and scared. So stop, shut the fuck up. It's not a joke. Enchanted hat of money buff reduces your salt levels while the hat is on. What the fuck?
Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know why. Holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm. Oh, I know I'm. Holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know why. I know why. Holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
So baby, I can't live without you, without you, without you. I can't live without you, without you, without you, without you, without you, without you, without
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do it.
without you, without you, without you. I can't live without you, without you, without you, without you, without you, without you, without you.
Look, you and me on the Charles River. I could die right now, Clem. I'm just happier. I've never felt that before.
platform. I am one of all employees. I'm going to the platform. All employees. All employees. Repeat, all employees. All employees. Repeat, I am one of all employees. I'm going to the platform. I am one of all employees. I'm going to the platform.
Thanks, Derek. I appreciate that.
All the classes!
The Ziggy Piggy is here. What do I do?
Alrighty, everyone. It is time for part 3, the final part of Ask the King, for April 21st, 2022, the 90th episode of the show. The first time that we're doing this exclusively on DSP Gaming.
My left shot, fly, golden arrow.
One quick reminder before we get into the final questions here for the show. You can post up questions for the next episode already. All right, you just got to head to DSP Gaming, and I believe there is a, I think it's the channels section, and under there, it's lists different shows, and Ask the King is one, and that's where you post up your questions for the next show, which is tentatively scheduled for early July. We may push that depending on game releases, but these days it's really hard to actually determine what's going to happen with game releases. We're probably in the next few months. We're going to have some digital events that are going to announce a bunch of new games, and who knows when they're coming out, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's head in to forum questions. We start off today, the first question. Big Papa Pump asked the following. With the trend of remastering or remaking classic games, for example, Resident Evil 2 Remake or the Spyro Trilogy, do you think that the originals are better? Do you prefer the newer takes, and why? I prefer the classics myself for nostalgia purposes. It's a good question, but I think it's very game specific because not every remake is equal. Let's put it that way, okay? Let's actually analyze the two series that Big Papa Pump brings up specifically here. Spyro Trilogy. You can play those games on classic PlayStation, and are they outdated graphically? Of course they are. Gameplay-wise, I would argue they hold up. I've played Spyro 1 on classic PlayStation 1, emulated, and I thought that it was quite good. Challenging if you're trying to do all the collectibles, but still pretty darn good. The remake trilogy that they ended up coming out with, I ended up playing Spyro 2 and 3 in the remake trilogy exclusively because I wanted to play the whole trilogy, and I'd already played 1, so I didn't really play 1. Now, 2 and 3 in the remake trilogy had a few kind of quality of life improvements, but were they necessarily different from the original games? The answer that I would actually say is really no. They really are, kind of dead on accurate to what the Spyro trilogy originally was. So, in that case, even though it was a remake, it really felt like you were playing the original games with some modernized controls and graphics and some quality of life improvements that were very nice, okay? If you were to ask me definitively, what's the better version, I would say, hey, for nostalgia purposes, if you want to really experience those original graphics, controls, field of view, etc., go for the classics. But if you really want the optimal experience, all right, you want to go for the remake trilogy, right? It really is. It's the same games, just kind of better and improved. Okay? Now, Resident Evil 2 Remake, I feel, is a different animal entirely.
So if you're going to be an asshole, you're going to be treated
Resident
like
Evil
an
2
asshole. You're going to be shown the door.
It's a classic. Okay? It's a game that stands in survival horror history. It greatly extrapolated upon the formula of Resident Evil 1 in many different ways. And to this day, stands as one of the best classic survival horror games ever made. Okay? Actually, if you were to ask me, in the original, big standout survival horror games of back in the day, I'd probably say Resident Evil 1 and 2, but probably 2 is the better of the two. For nostalgia purposes, I would say, you know, I really like Resident Evil 1. I think it's the better game because I like it. It's the original survival horror game I ever played. It scared the shit out of me when I was young. But Resident Evil 2 definitely is a better game overall, you see. And it's a classic. I would say Resident Evil 2, probably Silent Hill 1 and 2, you know, and then maybe 1 or 2 other horror games from that era are the big ones that you would reference if you're talking about the biggest survival horror games of the PS1 era, okay? Resident Evil 2 Remake took the original game, the idea behind it, the basic storyline of it, okay, the gameplay elements of it, broke them all apart and said, how do we make this PS1 game a PS4 game, right? We're going to completely rip this game apart and redesign it from the ground up. And that included the map, the puzzles, the gameplay elements, the graphics, even the story was kind of a little bit shuffled around and readjusted. Although, if you play Resident Evil 2, the original, and you play Resident Evil 2, the new version, the remake, you'll generally get exactly the same story out of it. You'll actually get more story out of the new one because they added in supplemental logs and things in there that give you more of an explanation and better explanation when it comes to what exactly they were all about, or the plot was all about, okay? But they are absolutely two different games, okay? If you play the original Resident Evil 2 and then you play the remake, you'll see, oh, I see what they did there. See, the original game had this enemy type or this room and this puzzle, and they put it into this game, but it's different, and they changed it, and it's kind of a homage or a reference to the classic, but there is completely new and different stuff in Resident Evil 2 Remake that's not present in the original. It's actually a slightly longer game. If you play on the harder difficulty, oh my god, it's crazy challenging. And I really liked what they did there. I did. So if you look in my and by the way, thank you so much, Lore Spade. I will shout out your tip when I answer this question.
I love it.
If you look in the long term, excuse me, the big picture. That's what I meant to say. The big picture, all right? Of all the survival horror games I've played in the past decade, okay? I actually think Resident Evil 2 Remake is probably in the top 3, if not the best one. It's that good of a game. If you remember, I named it my game of the year. It's that darn good of a fucking game. It's just insanely good for survival horror games. Everything you're looking for is present in that game. Challenging gameplay with responsive controls, impressive graphics, great puzzles, a story that keeps you thinking, and you get to play the game twice because you play as the two different characters, and it's different versions of the same plot, but there's variations in the gameplay elements. It's a game that actually has longevity and replayability. It's kind of like the best of all worlds when you're looking for a survival horror game. So I would almost say Resident Evil 2, the original, was best-in-class survival horror for the late 90s, okay? Resident Evil 2 Remake, best-in-class survival horror for, when did it come out? 2019, something like that? Whatever year it came out, best-in-class at that time.
Fair enough.
See? But even though they're called Resident Evil 2, they are definitely different games because of the insane amount of changes and modernizations and things that they did to the remake. So this is the difference with the Spyro Remake trilogy. If you play the new one, you're essentially playing the classics with some improvements. If you're playing the Resident Evil 2 Remake, you're literally playing a different game, but it has all these references as an homage to the original, and therefore it's actually, in my opinion, is it a better experience? Yes, but that doesn't mean you should skip the original. The original itself is its own experience. It's very different from playing the remake. And this is where remakes are not equal. You know what I'm saying? Like, some remakes will just try to just redo that same exact experience slightly better, like Spyro, while others said, no, we're just going to make a whole new game, which is what Resident Evil 2 Remake was. So, honestly, I don't think there's an answer here. Like, are the original Spyro games better than the remake trilogy? Nah, they're about the same, if not a little worse, because they don't have the quality of life improvements and better field of view and slightly better graphics. Is Resident Evil 2 Classic better than Resident Evil 2 Remake? It's a different game entirely. You see what I'm saying? You can't even really compare the two and say which is the better version, because they're different. It's like two different games. Personally, Would I like to see more classic games remade for a modern audience and completely remake them from the ground up? Yes. Are we getting that? Actually, no, we're not getting that very often. What we're getting is graphical facelifts. What we're getting is very minor tweaks. For example, does The Last of Us 1 that came out on PlayStation 3 and then within a year was put out on PlayStation 4 need a version on PlayStation 5? No. That is a way to nickel and dime that customer base who loves that franchise and get them to buy the game a third time when it's literally the same game. Was there a reason that Grand Theft Auto 5 had to be on all the consoles? Of course not. It's the same freaking game, you see? So, it's game dependent. I would like to see more full-on modernization remakes like Resident Evil 2 Remake rather than the facelift remakes that we've seen recently that seem to just be kind of, you know, cashing in on the whole remake craze. But I guess we'll have to see if we'll get any more because it seems like it's case by case at this point. Okay? Okay, so Lore Spade, a $50 tip, and he says, the real Lore Spade is tipping DSP Gaming. I respect the hustle, and I like being #1 top tipper. This is not bad content, and I want to see you in a different hat. Well, there you go. I guess we're going to, for the end of the stream, we're going to do a poll for a different hat. Okay? With about roughly a little over half an hour left on the stream. Thank you, Lore Spade. Let's do a poll. See what hat we will do. And the poll can only run for like 5-10 minutes, okay? Because we got to get the hat on before we can conclude the show. Which hat is top tip best? Would it be the pilot hat? Would it be the Pikachu hat? Would it be a Viking hat? Or would it be here, people asked me to do this. We'll do the camo hat. The green camo hat. People asked me to put those into the choices again. There you go. All right. There we go. All right. Now, please vote. Let's continue. Okay. This question is from Barack Obama, the real one. He actually posts on my forums. I don't know if you guys do that. He says, hey, Phil, I remember back in the day you played Black Ops for a Blackout for the entire year on a nearly weekly basis. When Warzone came out, you only played it a couple times and you ended up giving up on it forever. Is there any reason why Blackout lasted a year while Warzone died out almost instantly? Yeah, for the same exact reason that I played Black Ops 4 multiplayer, that I played the recent Black Ops, what was the one that I played a year or two ago? Whichever the latest Black Ops game was. The reason that I played that multiplayer for an extended period of time as well, as opposed to when the Modern Warfare remake came out, I dropped that shit within like a month, right? And here's why. I don't like the combat engine of the Modern Warfare remake in any way, shape, or form. It feels clunky and slow and sluggish to me. They put a lot of extra animations and things in it that I don't like. I like more responsiveness and more kind of like, okay, I'm playing the game. I want to be able to zip, 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 shoot, 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 reload, move, fast, reactive controls. It felt to me like when I was playing the Modern Warfare remake that it's like everything's slow-mo.
What do I do?
Everything's, I'm busy. I got to do a fucking 400 frame animation to reload my gun. And I got to draw. It takes forever to draw your weapon. It just doesn't feel to me like an engine where you can react very quickly to anything. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the take I had on it when I played it. I didn't really like it at all. Yeah, I didn't really like it at all. And I was like, damn. Not only did I not like the multiplayer, then I played the Battle Royale, and I was like, damn, it doesn't feel like the Battle Royale Black Ops 4 Blackout at all either. It's because they changed everything about the game at the time. So obviously, if I don't like what they changed about the combat engine of the game, right, I'm not going to like either version, whether it's the competitive multiplayer or whether it's the other side of it, the Battle Royale. So, yeah, I just hated it. And then what sucks is when the new Black Ops came out a couple years ago, all right, I really liked the multiplayer of it, but then they used the stupid fucking Warzone as the Battle Royale. So it was like you're playing two completely different fucking games. So I again skipped the Battle Royale and didn't bother with it because I didn't want to play shitty Warzone in that bad engine. Okay? So, it is what it is. Now, apparently this year, they're doing, what is it, Modern Warfare 2? Is it going to be any good? I have no clue. I guess we'll see. I mean, I haven't played Call of Duty for a year now because Vanguard was a piece of dog shit. So I guess we'll see what happens with this. Again,
thanks for the money, stupid
fuck. It's going to have to do
Cold War, MW, and Vanguard all use
beta,
the
alpha,
same
whatever you want
engine.
to call it, comes out in the summer. I'm going to play it, and I'm going to see if I like it, just like with Vanguard. If I like it, maybe I'll get the game. If not, I'm just going to fucking skip it again. If anything, this year proved you don't have to play Call of Duty every year. You're missing nothing, right? Okay. Our next question. By the way, the poll is going. Please vote on the kind of hat you'd like to see. I'm going to let it go for one more question, then I'm going to put on the hat. Okay. Next question is from Blonde Fella, who says, just asking, why did you block some ordinary gamers from your live streams? The guy genuinely enjoys you and wants to play Siege with you. Allow me to clarify the situation because I'm so confused about the situation, all right? So, to my knowledge, I guess this guy, Some Ordinary Gamers, is a big content creator on the internet. I don't know who he is. I never heard of him. And I think this was years and years and years ago. I think it was on my Twitch channel. Somehow he got banned. I have no idea what happened. I have no frame of reference for it. I have no clue whatsoever anything about this guy. Like, I don't know anything, okay? So I guess what happened was somehow he ended up getting banned on my stream. I don't know if it was me. I don't know if it was a moderator. I have no idea. I have no idea who this is, okay? But people started coming to my streams exclusively saying, hey, why'd you ban this guy? Unban him. Why'd you ban this guy? Unban him. Now, it would have been one thing if it was like one guy coming to me nicely asking. It was like people were coming in droves to the streams trolling, essentially. Oh, unban him, unban him, unban him. I don't know who he is. I don't know what you're even talking about. If someone had intelligently come to me at one point and said, hey, Phil, so a content creator came to your stream and you banned him, can you talk to him? Can you work it out? Maybe I would have. But what happened was it seems like the followers of this person were a bunch of fucking idiots with the way that they went about it. And they came and basically kind of like spammed and trolled my stream. Of course, the moderators then banned them too. And it just became like a thing for a few weeks where people would constantly come to the stream saying, why did you ban this guy? Can you unban him? I don't know what you're talking about. And nothing ever intelligent ever came of it. It just kind of just became this ongoing mess to the point where I just didn't care about it anymore. Okay? Now, I swear, that was on Twitch, right? So, this person, Blonde Fella, posted this up on my forums over the last few months for this episode of Ask the King. I'm on YouTube now. I've been on YouTube since full-time since May of last year. So, if this guy actually did want to come to one of my streams, I'm fairly certain he'd be able to, because I wasn't streaming on YouTube when he got banned. He got banned from my Twitch channel. I don't use my Twitch channel anymore, right? So, to my knowledge, there's nothing preventing this guy from coming and saying something on my streams. I don't think he's banned here. I have no idea. Okay, and by the way, no one's talked to me. Again, this guy never contacted me and said, hey, Phil, I got banned. Can we talk about it? Nothing. Maybe it's just a meme. Maybe he thought it was funny to send his followers after me or something. He thought it would be funny and have reactions. Maybe he watched his followers troll me and he made videos about it. I have no idea. Again, I know nothing about this person. Now, as for Siege, I don't play Rainbow Six Siege. I literally didn't play Rainbow Six Siege ever outside of launch week. I played it twice, and I personally thought the game was one of the biggest broken messes I've ever seen. I never went back to it. So why a content creator would contact me and say, I want to play Siege with you, I have no idea, because I don't play Siege. You see, like, that doesn't make any sense. That would be like me reaching out to, I don't know, Captain Sparkles and say, hey, Captain Sparkles, let's go play Mortal Kombat. And I just keep going on his stream spamming him. Let's play Mortal Kombat. Let's play Mortal Kombat. He's like, dude, I'm a fucking YouTuber who makes Minecraft videos. Why are you spamming me about Mortal Kombat, right? That's the same thing here. Why are you coming to my streams to tell me about Siege? I don't play it. What are you talking about? You've confused me. I am very confused. So if anyone wants to clarify the situation, by all means, please do. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know if this guy is banned from my channel or not. I don't, you know. It's unbeknownst to me. Okay? All right. It looks like we're going to do a hat swap to the pilot hat for the conclusion of Ask the King today, which I'm okay with. I'm very confused. Amazing. Okay, let's continue. Next question is from
what do I do?
Hans Sala, who says, I've realized lately the big influence that Souls games have on other games, more specifically in terms of combat and challenge. What are your thoughts on this matter, and do you think it's a positive or negative thing? It could be a positive thing if people take the things out of Dark Souls that are good and kind of applies it to other games. But sadly, what's happened is because Dark Souls became so popular, virally popular, right? These companies basically made a bunch of knockoffs. Lords of the Fallen and probably another 14, 15 games I can mention just in the last 5 years took the Dark Souls formula and said, we're just going to make Dark Souls but our version of it with a little spin, a little twist to the gameplay or whatever. But essentially, when you play these games, you realize it's Dark Souls. Right? It's their knockoff of it. And sadly, I hate to say it, in all the ones that I attempted, to play the spin-offs, I didn't like them. I always felt that they were far, far inferior to the originals. And I never had a desire to play them, you know? The only one I would say that I liked that was different enough was Neo. And we kind of already touched upon it earlier in this Ask the King, that Neo has ultra-responsive controls. So it's kind of like Dark Souls, but in a feudal Japan setting with ultra-responsive controls, and that's the thing that makes Neo feel different.
All right, so Gabe Horn is awesome.
So there you go. Okay. So, I don't know. I don't think there's actually been a company that's made a Dark Souls style game that's as good as the originals, and therefore I don't really care for them. I'm okay with Dark Souls kind of rubbing off on other games. I'm not okay with people just literally biting the formula and saying, oh, well, our game has a few guns, so it's a little different. No, it's the same game, it's just you added a gun, but it's literally Dark Souls. You know? It's like these companies don't even try. They don't even try to hide it. The thing is, I guess there's a market for it, because obviously the games sell. It's what it is people really like this ultra difficult style of game, and if they don't have a FromSoft version out at the time and they're tired of playing the other ones, they actually think what they do, they use those other games to kind of fill in the gaps. For me, they just don't appeal to me.
I'm a pussy.
Next question from Laterial. He asked the following. Earlier this month, you stated the plan to do a full game review for Elden Ring upon completion. While your review series have always been entertaining and informative, I'm a bit skeptical out of the fairness of future reviews since the review of Last of Us 2. While it's true the game had flaws with its narrative and pacing, and it's far from perfect. It's difficult to believe that it received a fair review when you scored it 5 out of 10, but later on you placed it in your Game of the Year countdown. I understand full reviews are no longer a staple part of your content, but do you plan to make any changes to how you approach future reviews? Sure. Here's what you should do. You take the number score and you fucking throw it away. It means nothing. Number scores are fucking worthless. What you need to do when there's a game review is listen. Okay? Stop looking at the number and say I'm lazy and I'm going to judge my entire judgment of a game off of a fucking number that someone threw out. The number is a fucking piece of shit. It's a waste of everyone's time.
Sounds nothing like that at all.
What you need to do is listen to what the person actually has to say in their review. You can look and listen. Yeah, you can look here and look and listen. If you look here and you see the 5, you take the 5, you crumple it up like this, and you throw it away, and then you listen to the rest of the review. All right? Now, if you actually listen to my Last of Us 2 review, I said I'm incredibly torn about the game because the graphics, the gameplay elements, the world design, right? All of these factors that make a good game are outstanding, best-in-class style examples. The sneaking style gameplay is vastly improved from the first game. The environments are really cool and interesting and original. They actually feel like you're in Seattle for half the game when you're going through those areas. I know because I live in Seattle and it feels like it. It's really neat. The graphics were absolutely outstanding, okay? But what I said is that the one key factor to all of it is that the story killed it for me because the story was, in my opinion, poorly written, poorly paced, and just was not a very good story at all. The story made you feel like shit the whole way through. Why do I want to play a game to feel bad? Right? I got enough things in my life to feel bad about. I don't need to fucking worry about something else making me feel like shit. And I feel like that's what it kind of was if you have a good life, a happy life constantly, play The Last of Us 2. It's a good downer. But outside of that, like everyone else who has like a normal life with problems and shit, do you want to play the game and feel stressed the fuck out everything's bad and sad. People are killing each other in gory fights left and right, ripping each other's intestines
If you're gonna
out,
be an
and strangling
asshole,
each other
you're
with
gonna be
them.
treated like
It was
an
just
asshole. You're gonna be
disgusting.
shown the door.
It really was. It's like some people actually called it torture porn. They said the plot of the game is essentially misery and bad decision after bad decision. The further in you get, the worse it gets. By the end, it's a disgusting, horrible mess that scars you for fucking life. Wow, game of the year. 10 out of 10. I felt, what a great game. You see what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean.
Fucking game.
The thing for me is, everything that was great about the game was kind of off-put by the fact that the whole plot of the game was so bad, in my opinion. Okay? So, that being said, I can say the game was good and bad for various reasons. And if you remember, in my actual review, and in my Game of the Year countdown, I said I would actually be doing everyone in game development a disrespectful job if I didn't acknowledge the best-in-class accomplishments of The Last of Us 2. That game has the best accessibility ever of any AAA release ever made up to this point. There is not even another video game, AAA level game made that has the accessibility and features that The Last of Us 2 has. That is an industry accomplishment that needs to be remembered and emulated moving forward. The graphics were ridiculously lifelike and good. The gameplay elements were very improved from the first game. And again, the world design was superb. But it's all ruined if you don't like the story, and I hated it. I thought it was one of the worst stories in a game I ever experienced, and it was one of some of the worst writing and pacing I'd ever experienced ever in any video game. And it ruined it for me. So it's kind of like, it's kind of really pulls me in two directions, you see? So, if you listen to my review and you heard 5 out of 10, but then you saw I put it in my Game of the Year awards and you say, well, I can't trust your reviews anymore, that's your fault. You put way too much weight on a number. The number means nothing. The number is just some stupid thing to put on a review. Listen to the content of the review. If you like the story of Last of Us 2, you probably think it's the best game of the year. If you don't, you probably think it's the biggest disappointment of the year, right? But you can't deny that there's all these great gameplay elements of the game that need to be respected. I'm not going to sit here and say the whole game's terrible because the story's bad. I'm going to say the story's bad, but everything else is good, so you be your own judge. And that's the purpose of my review and my Game of the Year countdown, okay? I don't know why some people get so fixated on a number that they can't understand that that's really not what you're supposed to be paying attention to in a review. You listen to the fucking review, and then you'll understand what someone's trying to say about a game, okay?
I'm coming for you. I'm going to find out who the fuck you are.
All right, continuing on.
Motherfucker.
We have one question off of Twitter, and then to end the show, I will open up to a little bit of Stream Chat
Q&A.
Q&A.
On the internet. You're fucked.
Okay?
And you are done.
Twitter question is from White Mojo Wolf. He says, with WWE 2K22 being the next game in the rotation, can you do a deep dive on your favorite era of wrestling and some of the reasons why it clicked for you? For me, it was the mid-2000s that did it for me, watching SmackDown one random Friday on local TV, and the rest is history. I had 2 eras of wrestling that I really was the most adamant follower. There was the late 80s, early 90s. So I guess you could call that the end of kind of almost like the Legends era and heading into what they called the new generation with the new up-and-comers like Bret Hart, Lex Luger, Shawn Michaels. That was the era. I watched Hulk Hogan, Roddy Piper, Macho Man. Those were my guys in the 80s. And then in the 90s, Bret Hart was my top guy, but I did like Shawn Michaels and some other wrestlers, Razor Ramon, coming up at that time. I stopped watching wrestling during the Attitude Era. I just didn't watch any of it. I missed out on the origins of The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin and the feud with McMahon and Mick Foley and all his incarnations. I saw none of it. It wasn't until later when the Invasion plotline happened, when WCW and ECW fused with WWE, you have all these wrestlers kind of fighting each other. That's when I started watching wrestling again. And I watched it heavily from that era, probably until around 2007, 2008. There was a time there when I stopped watching it adamantly again, but I got back into it with the whole CM Punk stuff, and that's when I was doing my wrestling commentary show, and so obviously I was heavily into wrestling, although admittedly I was critical of it at that time. But yeah, those were the times when I was most into wrestling. I missed out on everything in the Attitude Era. I just wasn't watching it at the time. Okay? All right, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've answered all your questions from the forums, from the members poll. I picked one Twitter question. There weren't that many. Let's now, for the finale of the show, the last 15 minutes or so, open up to open Q&A with the stream chat. Here we go. And tag me in the stream chat. If I get a new gaming computer, will I look into Inscription? I don't know. You talked about it last year. You wanted me to play it. And I didn't. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't.
Ziggy Piggy's
Not making
back.
any promises or commitments. There you go. Derek says, what were some of your favorite movie celebrities growing up? For me, it was comedies. I was always into comedies. So it was like Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, that kind of stuff. And then for action movies, it was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Thanks, Derek.
Those were my,
I appreciate
my
that.
guys at that time period. Would I consider a wig instead of a hat? I don't know how comfy a wig would be. Hat, you just toss it on, take it right. Wig is like, I gotta fucking position this thing. It falls off my head. Probably be too uncomfortable. Do I like sandwiches? Yes. I don't know anything about the glowing Baxter climate in chat. It sounds like you're being stupid. Did I ever finish Danganronpa V3? I did. I beat it. We completely did it. 100% beaten. What is my most controversial hot take about games in the gaming industry? Man. My most controversial hot take. I don't know. I don't remember. That Duke Nukem Forever wasn't bad. How about that?
Miserable.
There you go. That's a good one.
Just miserable.
Will I ever go to the Viper room?
What do I do?
No, because in the Viper room, they go to Vipe and wash your windows. And I don't need to have my windows washed because my windows are clean. Do I collect video game figures? No, I don't collect anything like that anymore. Do I miss Battlefield? Bad Company. It was a pretty good series, although I think the last one they made wasn't so good. But I did enjoy Bad Company as an alternative to the Call of Duty stuff. No, I've never been to Europe before. How far did I get into computer science in my university days? 2 semesters, and then I dropped out. Did I watch a lot of wrestling with my dad? We watched the classic 80s wrestling and early 90s wrestling we watched together. After that, no. But that's what we watched together, yes. And it was every week. If I could change one thing in my life, what would it be? Probably there's 2 things that are equal and they kind of go hand in hand. I really wish that I didn't have lingering financial issues and debt. Like right now, my major problem is my taxes. Like I still have these back taxes that I'm stuck paying for a long time, and it's not getting any better right now because of what happened with Twitch last year. So because of that, it goes into my other thing that I'd like to change about my life. I wish that I could have more time with my family. I wish that I could maybe have like 2 days off a week. There's no way I could do that right now because I have to work 6 days a week full time to make ends meet and afford everything around me. If that back tax issue got cleared up and went away, then I could only work the 5 days a week. I could have 2 days with my family, but I have to work that much to make ends meet. That's what sucks right now. I'm just kind of stuck where I am, and I can't get to the better situation because that one lingering issue, I can't get it to go away. Okay. Let's see here. A Spanish Jimmy Goose I wrote about the finale. Spandong, we already talked about this. We don't have to waste time on that nonsense. We even talked about it in this very video. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about a Spanish gaming news site. Can I speak a little bit about the upcoming next couple of months gaming schedule? Yes. We'll do it very briefly because I have the list right here. I just recently updated it. In May, Trek to Yomi, May 5th. Evil Dead the Game, May 13th. Possibly Vampire the Masquerade on May 19th, but I'm not sold on that. Cyber Elite 5, which is under Game Pass, May 26th. And the House of the Dead remake on May 26th. Someone has offered to buy it for me. In which case I said, yeah, I would play it if you buy it for me because I would absolutely like to play it, but I don't want to drop $30 on a game that's 20 minutes long. And Pac-Man Museum Plus, which is also on Game Pass. I'm curious about that. May 27th. Mario Strikers Battle League, June 10th. The Quarry, June 10th. Sonic Origins, June 23rd. Capcom Fighting Collection, June 24th. Fire Emblem Warriors, June 24th. Cuphead Delicious Last Course, June 30th. After that, we don't have anything till August. So there you go. Mystery Boy in Black. To be $1.50 says, you didn't read my super chat? Hold on. I missed it. I totally missed it. I'm sorry about that. Wow, you did it an hour ago, too. Now I feel like an asshole. I'm really sorry about that. So Mystery Boy in Black did a super chat, and he said, would you consider playing the original 3 Spider-Man games on the PS3 or Xbox 360? I really hope that it's something you would do. I'm down for that. I don't know. No one really asks for Spider-Man anymore. They did at one point, and I think I played a few of the classic Spider-Man games, and people never really asked me to play any others. So there's really no major desire to go back. And I do know that a new Spider-Man game is in development, but we don't know when it's coming out yet. So I don't know if, again, I'm always open to playing whatever if my audience asks for it. If there was a group of people asking and it seemed prominent, then yeah, I would do it. You're the first person who really asked me to go back and do that. Okay? So now he tipped me $1.50, this Mystery Boy in Black. He says, you didn't read my super chat. In case you asked, Spider-Man 1 and 2 are backwards compatible on the Xbox 360. You shouldn't have any problems playing the 3 games. I don't expect you to play Ultimate Spider-Man, even though it's so backwards compatible on Xbox 360. So you're talking, actually now he's clarifying, I think you mean the movie games, don't you? Yeah, I never played any of the movie games outside of Amazing Spider-Man. I played that one. But yeah, again, it really depends on demand. There hasn't really been demand for it, so I haven't considered it, but it's not out of the question, especially if it's backwards compatible. Okay?
$16.51 from PayPal.
Derek says, are you excited to finally play the Cuphead DLC? Yeah, I loved Cuphead. And I was stoked that there was going to be a DLC, and then it never came out. Here we are like 6 years later, or 7 years, 20 years later, it's finally coming out. I am excited for that. What's the worst game I forced myself to play through for one reason or another? I felt like quitting the entire time. Cyphers, I couldn't answer that. Maybe that shitty fucking game where you chop off, was Extinction? Yeah. The game with the orcs where you chop off their arms and legs like fucking Attack on Titan. That game was shit. Do I like Dragon Quest games? Yes, I love them, actually. Will I ever consider From Software's other game, King's Field? I don't know anything about it. Elsky says, have I seen the Starfield Meet Vasco video that was released recently? No, I did not. I think you should be more strict with their rules like Twitch or stay a little more free and less censorship. Depends on the situation. Depends more on... It's not really as much freedom of speech as intent. You know what I'm saying? If someone is literally on YouTube just to harm others, yeah, they should have enforcement on what they're doing. But if someone is on YouTube and they're getting censored for saying things that are like political things and it's freedom of speech, to say that, no, I don't think that should be censored. But if literally someone's just there and just slandering someone, attacking someone, that I don't think that should be allowed. Would I consider playing Disco Elysium? I've heard people say that it's great. People don't seem to really ask for it. In fact, recently, it was on Game Pass, isn't it? And people didn't even want to see me play it then, so I didn't do it. Derek says he's a huge Back to the Future fan. What were some of my favorite scenes from each of the Back to the Future movies? I would say Back to the Future 1, the dump truck scene. Is it the dump truck scene in that one where the manure dumps right on fucking Biff's face? I can't remember if that's 1 or 2. Actually, that's 2 because he has the hoverboard. So that's a cool scene. Obviously, when he's playing the guitar at the dance is really cool. I don't know. Those are the 2 that stand out for me. What's my favorite video game soundtrack? I don't have one of all time, but some ones that I like off the top of my head. Super Mario World, Street Fighter 2, Legends of Zelda, Link to the Past, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy 6. Just off the top of my head. Thoughts on Elon Musk buying Twitter? Elon Musk is the supreme human. He's the best person ever on planet Earth, and I love and respect everything he does. Please don't ban me from Twitter. I need it for business purposes. What's my thoughts on having thoughts?
If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
Thoughts on the new Saints Row? I haven't actually seen anything about it, so I can't have any thoughts on it. Did a turtle crap in here? What a crappy life. Yeah, I think so. Anything else? I don't remember any characters from The Sopranos. I can't answer favorite Sopranos character. Except for, what was his name? The guy who was the guy from Italy. Who they got to join the family. He came from Italy.
Wow, what a moron.
I forgot what his name was.
You shouldn't have just
He was
stood
pretty
still.
funny.
Paid attention, dumbass.
Would I ever play more rage-inducing games because I know fans enjoy and tip you for playing them? Not specifically, no. I never selected a game on the basis that it would cause rage. That's actually never happened. The only exception to that would be the Rage-a-thons, where you guys nominated and voted on games to be played that you thought would cause me rage. Half the time, they didn't. Yes, I like the original RoboCop movie. No, I'm not keeping up with any current TV shows. Where was my second choice to move when looking at places moving from Connecticut? You mean like here in Washington, or do you mean other location? You have to clarify. Thoughts on playing Elder Scrolls Online chill stream? I know nothing about Elder Scrolls Online. Thoughts on the Beastmaster series? I've never seen one. What's your hardest boss battle you ever done? I have no idea. Probably something from Soft, but I don't know off the top of my head. I can't answer that. It's too wide-ranging of a question. I would need to prepare an answer for that. Do I think haters will ever fizz out? No, because at this point, there's a difference between hating for a reason and hating just to hate and getting enjoyment out of continuing that hate and toxicity, and that's what it is now. They've gone far beyond. So I don't think it will ever fizz out because they literally have made their own existence outside of anything I say or do. Yeah. Would I consider on a set of fake glasses to wear? Yes, but we never came up with anything that wouldn't be intrusive. As I said, the reason that Gunner glasses work really well, they're designed for what I'm doing. They're literally designed for someone who sits here and stares at a TV monitor or a computer monitor all day long because they cut out the blue light. They were supposed to be easier on your eyes to do this for an extended period of time. I can't wear sunglasses because I can't see. You can't wear sunglasses indoors and try to play a game. You can't see shit. So what other glass? Reading glasses, right? That basically you just see through them, but they don't really do much. We'd have to find other glasses that I could wear that wouldn't negatively affect things. You see? There you go. I'm happy you were here, Derek. I'm glad you stopped by. Yes, Capcom's new Fighting King collection is going to replace Friday Night Fights. Okay, we're still going to call it Friday Night Fights, but it's just going to be the different game. Now, I hope that the game is good enough that we can have it as our new fighting game, Darkstalkers and Hyper Street Fighter 2. It would be great. And, there's other games in there, too, but I don't think they're very competitive. Like Gem Fighter Minimix, it's not a good fighting game. It's meant as like a silly gimmick game, but it's completely unbalanced and broken as shit. Not a very fun game to play at a competitive level. I know because I tried in arcades. I hated it. And the other games I don't even think were meant to be competitive games. They're more kind of like alternative fighting games that didn't really catch on because they're not very good competitively. So I might play those on a gimmick, but I'm not going to play those long term. I really think it's going to be Hyper Street Fighter 2 and the Darkstalker series, probably Vampire Savior.
that
I'm going to be playing the most
game?
In that collection. And yeah, that could replace what we're doing now. I hope it does because I don't like the quality of this collection that I play every week. I feel like it should be much better. Fake hipster glasses with no lenses in them and a monocle. I don't know. I think a monocle would actually be intrusive. It might hurt. Monocles are quite large. You have to hold it in your eye like this. Like, I don't think that would be very comfortable. But glasses with no lenses in them. I mean, you find some that
Look
you
out,
like.
the black woman coming. She takes them both out. Boom. Steals the backpack and runs away. Oh.
Would I ever do a fan meetup? These days, no. I would not risk it at this point. Maybe if we waited a little bit longer and, COVID is not a humongous factor at this point. Maybe I would consider it in the future. But at this point, COVID is still existing. Even though people pretend like it's not, it's still out there. And I don't want to get it, nor do I want to spread it. So I'm not doing any unnecessary risks right now. Fuck that. Expand Dog says, you said May to July is going to be a dry spell of games, but with the ones you listed, I think the schedule is going to be packed. I think May and June will be pretty, not necessarily busy, because there's nothing super high profile AAA, but I do feel that July will be completely dead. And so hopefully, if we start discussion in May and June about possibly upgrading my setup and everything, and people get invested in it, maybe people want to help with it, maybe we can actually have it come together over the summer. We'll have to see. Do I think that Capcom should continue the Ethan and Ethan's daughter storyline for Resident Evil or go back to old characters? I don't even understand it. I really don't even really understand the story. All I understand is Ethan's story from 2 games. I didn't even, the whole daughter thing threw me off at the end, nor do I really understand it at all. I don't know what they're doing. Just saying, tip me $1.50 says, I consider playing Little Nightmares 2 or Fortnite. Little Nightmares 2 and Fortnite, the answer is no and no. I already played Fortnite before. I know exactly what it is. Now you're saying, oh, there's no build mode, so it's different. I still don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. Little Nightmares 2, I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I saw someone play it, and I did not like it. I saw actually another content.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
Vampire the Masquerade Blow Hunt releases in a couple days. I talked about it. I said I'm kind of interested, but not really. And by the way, oh wait, Blood Hunt. Isn't Blood Hunt... That's not a full game, right? There's 2 vampire games coming out soon, I think. I can't remember. Mystery Boy in Black to me $1.50 says, you're right, except for Ultimate Spider-Man, which is based off the comics of the same name. Judging by what I've seen, you should be able to play all of those games on the Xbox 360. And by the way, Spider-Man 3 has an exclusive collector's edition on the PlayStation. Thank you. Again, whenever demand for it, I consider it. I've never turned down someone and say, oh, we're not going to play classic games because a lot of people want to see it. It's always the opposite. All right, guys. That is it. We're out of time. Thank you for a great Ask the King. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Thank you for watching, whether you watched live on stream or you watch this on demand on DSP Gaming. Keep in mind, yes, moving forward, this will be on DSP Gaming. I'm going to make an ongoing playlist for it on DSP Gaming so you guys can watch it here on the channel. Keep in mind, all previous episodes were on my old vlogging channel that is now defunct. So you have to go through the legacy content if you want to see the older episodes, okay? Also, a quick reminder that, yes, indeed, you can actually post up your questions for the next show already. There's already a thread on my forums on dspgaming.com where you can post up your questions, so please feel free if you had a question that came up as a result of this show, and the next show will likely be sometime in July. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed Ask the King.
Today's been incredibly slow.
Until next time. Peace out. Thanks. Okay, everyone. So that is it for Ask the King. Thank you for watching.
I love Hulk Hogan.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So, right now what I'm going to do is upload these videos to the channel. So if you missed any portion of today's stream, you can get caught up on it, all right?
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out.
Look at them. Look at them.
Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. To let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong, and I've been counting days.
My laugh sounds like ack. So when I laugh, I go, or does that sound like ack? No, it sounds nothing like that at all. Tiger, row, tiger, row.
Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champions. He's a piece of shit. You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE champions. Alright? WWE champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will, because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser.
ocean, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slow in motion. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will kindly cease to be as we intertwine with the universe and its cosmic symphony. The smoke lingers after fire. The smoke lingers after fire. Blind devotion, empty notion.
What do I do?
Ocean, slow in motion. The smoke lingers after fire.
want you to jump like you trying to get stuck in the air. If you feeling so lit and don't care, shorty beating her face in the mirror, up in the air. I want you to jump, 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 jump. Up in the air, I want you to jump. Jump. Like you trying to get stuck in it. In the air. Like you trying to get stuck in the air. I want you to jump like you trying to get stuck in the air. If you feeling so lit and don't care, shorty beating her face in the mirror, up in the air. I want you to jump like you trying to get stuck in the air. If you feeling so lit and don't care.
Look out, there's a black woman coming out. She takes them both out. Boom.
I want you to jump.
Steals the backpack and runs away. Oh.
Jump. I want you to jump, 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 jump. Up in the air, I want you to jump, 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 jump. Like you trying to get stuck in it. Gotta get it,